shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Oh, welcome in. Happy Thursday. This is BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm PJ Glasser. That is Brad Evans, and we got an awesome show coming up for you guys. What a day it's already been in sports, Brad. I mean, we got the World Cup going on. We got round one of the U.S. Open. We got plenty of Major League Baseball that we're going to dive into. NBA drafts coming up on Tuesday. We'll talk about the Los Angeles Rams on the show today. We got game one of the College World Series on Saturday. So even though the NBA's wrapped up, the NHL's wrapped up, a lot going on in the world of sports, which is great to see. Brad, great to see you again, my friend. How are you?
I am fantastic, man. And you're right. It's kind of an interesting and gleeful time of the year. You mentioned the World Cup. You mentioned the U.S. Open action. Your boy right now, being the full-blown degenerate that he is sweating out a little woo! As in Brian Wu of the Seattle Mariners, off to a brilliant start, almost through 8 innings, up 3-0 right now, working on a complete game shutout of your Baltimore Orioles, who've only slapped 3 hits into the outfield. So Wu has been outstanding, and might have a little action on him to record the win, may have a little action on the Seattle Mariners to win this game straight up as well. But it's that time of the year. It's the summertime, man. It's all about a little R&R, but a lot of interesting sports storylines certainly cropping up across the spectrum of media, to say the least. We're about to dive into one right now.
Yeah, we certainly are. And you guys we want you to interact with the show. Please give us a call, 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. You can text or call the show. My buddy Joe Malfa going to join us last hour to dive into some World Cup. So excited to get his thoughts. Brad, before we do dive into the MLB, because we have to talk about another proposal that happened today with the league, it's looking more and more like we could miss games for the 2027 season. With the World Cup taking place, I want to know, which country would you most want to go to a game of and party with? Just hanging out with the fans. Like, who do you think would be the best time off the top of your head? I'm sure you've watched some of these games. You've seen some of these countries. Who would you like to party with?
Man, there were so many great options. Do I go to South America and maybe invest some time with the Brazilians? They could really throw down and have a festive time. The scenery is certainly fun to look at from the patrons that are attending those games, to say the least. Probably go maybe with España or possibly Germany. Germans know how to throw down. And it looks like they're having a ton of fun, to say the least. I mean, heck, they're actually scoring goals. Heck, they're the one team that's really living up to the expectation. So I guess a slight edge to Sprechen Sie Deutsch in Germany, but España be a close second, followed by Brazil at number 3. But quite frankly, Cape Verde, hell, I'd probably throw down with them.
That's why I think it's an interesting question. Like, you could go with one of the soccer powers, like you're mentioning. That would be a great time. But I think there's something to like the Cape Verde or the Curacao, like those countries that are just so happy to be there. Like, that is truly like, I mean, they never thought they'd ever see their country compete on this stage. So that would be very cool. I think there's always been something for me with the Netherlands, the Dutch. That orange, hanging out with them just seems like a great party. So I think my answer would probably be Netherlands, but can't go wrong with any of the options. As we got 2 more games coming up tonight. I'm excited for the Mexico-South Korea game. That'll be a lot of fun. We'll get into that later on in the show. But Brad, let's talk some Major League Baseball here on BetMGM tonight. And we had the MLB and the MLB Players Association met again on Thursday afternoon. The MLB PA was once again not happy at all with the proposal from the league. The owners' proposal included rule changes to the draft, dropping it down from 20 rounds to 12 for the amateur draft with a $200 million bonus pool, and added a 12-round international draft for players outside of the U.S., Canada, and Puerto Rico, also with a $200 million bonus pool. The MLBPA came back and they released a statement and said today the MLB made another set of proposals that are flat out bad for baseball, ones that would cripple the next generation of players and damage the future of our game. Not great. So not only is the money far apart, but now you got all this going on with the draft where they're far apart as well. So what was your reaction to hearing this and seeing this?
Really only deepening the divide between the MLPA and the league owners. And look, I think this is inevitably hurtling toward a long and extended and unfortunate disagreement on what they're going to do next with the CBA. So I think a strike is going to happen. I think it's a foregone conclusion at this juncture. It's just a matter of how many games ultimately we're going to miss of next year's MLB season. I mean, this dark cloud's going to be hanging over the sport throughout the rest of this summer. Obviously to the playoffs, and we maybe go out with a bang. Because it looks like it could be the New York Yankees and LA Dodgers meeting toe-to-toe for the World Series title this season. If that were to come to fruition, it would be a bonanza in terms of overall ratings, right coast versus left coast, two storied franchises with just great histories and very wide and deep fan bases. But after that, we're going to roll in the winter meetings. Probably no agreement's going to be made. It'll carry over into spring training and then eventually into the regular season. The issue I have with this latest proposal is this. I kind of agree with a 12-round international draft. I like that idea. With players from, across both ponds, in Puerto Rico as well, and some of the, the foreign designations that are out there. I'm all right with that, but reducing the standard draft from 20 rounds to 12 rounds, I disagree with. There are a plethora of high school players and young players that are currently eligible. And I think with this latest proposal, high school players would no longer be eligible. That would be a boon, obviously, for the game of college baseball, which you got to witness recently in Omaha. Could really elevate that sport. So maybe that is a friendly repercussion, if you will. But I live in an area. We have roughly about 10,000 people live here in Mahomet, Illinois, outside of Champaign, Illinois. That's about 15 minutes outside of Champaign. And the local high school produced an MLB prospect 2 years ago. A kid named Blake Walters was drafted in round 2. He was a top 50 pick overall. I think he signed like a $3 million signing bonus, life-changing money at 18 years old. A pitcher who threw over 100 miles an hour religiously and repeatedly while at Muhammad Seymour High School, where both my sons went to. So you're saying that kid, even though he is a legal adult, is no longer allowed to be drafted into Major League Baseball? That's inherently wrong, in my opinion. You have the option. Yeah, he could have gone to college if he wanted to. Or being a high-round draft pick, he could sign his name on the dotted line, pitch. And right now he's in high A ball with the Kansas City Royals organization, make a ton of money, and hopefully achieve his dream. And propels him on that path immediately to getting to his ultimate goal, and that is reaching Major League Baseball. You take that away from a kid, yeah, he can make some NIL cash in the college game, but is he going to make anywhere close to what he made in terms of signing bonus and what his salary is overall? I know it's a penance right now playing at the minor league level, but again, $3 million signing bonus. I don't think that's going to be replicated anywhere close to that in IL for a baseball at the collegiate level. So that's one of the downsides with this latest proposal. And I could see why on the MLBPA is like, get the hell out of here with this. We want nothing to do with this proposal. You guys are tone deaf. You're missing the point with this. Why do we have to reduce the draft? Why do we have to take away opportunity from young adults pursuing their dream? Though, again, I agree with the international draft. I thought that was a nice wrinkle.
Brad, it's kind of crazy how they might be farther apart on this than they might be on the money side of things when we're talking about a lockout, because we always knew that first proposal with the money was never going to be an offer that both people agreed with, right? Anytime you're negotiating any kind of deal, you both know that you're going to have some wiggle room, and both people are coming in trying to get what's advantageous for them. But looking at what the MLBPA released and what everything you're saying, and I agree with, a lot of people feel like baseball does it the best, of all these major sports and the
Mm-hmm.
opportunities that they provide these kids where they give them the option where you can come out of high school and you can turn into a professional and you can go through the ranks and you can start in low A ball and work your way up to triple A and then the major leagues, or you can take the college route and you can stay in college for 3 years. And now with the NIL opportunities, not only can you go to college and get an education, you can also get paid as well.
Yep.
And clearly the MLB owners are leaning more so into that idea. They're leaning more into the college baseball idea. So just like the money side of it, like you see both sides, like you said, from the owners and the MLBPA. But that statement to me, Brad, like it's kind of almost crazy where I think they're farther apart on this than I think they might be on the money side of it when coming into the season or when we've known that their deal was ending at the end of this season. I think a lot of us were just focused on the money side of things, that we weren't necessarily looking at the draft side of things or,
Right.
college and how that now all of a sudden is becoming a major issue. So you talked about it, and I agree with you. I also kind of think that, at this point, I don't know how you can't, that we're probably going to miss games for the 2027 season. Where are you at right now? Are you thinking a month? Are you thinking 2 months? Are you thinking a couple weeks? Like, after kind of seeing this and reading this, where are you at this point on thinking how many games we're going to miss for 2027?
If I were to set an over-under right now on the number of games that we miss next MLB season, I honestly, PJ may set it at like 49 and a half. And I'd probably lean to the over. I think it would be probably juiced on that over, like at a minus 150 as compared to plus money on the under. I think we're going to miss a significant portion of the MLB regular season next year. And I think it's going to be 50 or more games. I think it's not off the table completely that we missed the entire season, and that would be a death knell. That would be an absolute nail in the coffin for the sport. It'd be really tough to recover. Similar to the strike that we had in 1994, baseball really limped around for a couple of years until guys started taking the clear and the cream and injected all kinds of fun stuff into their butts, and the ball started flying out of the ballpark with Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire and that magical season in the late 90s. I remember that vividly. I remember I worked at a card shop in my early days in college at that time. We had all kinds of people, new customers that were coming in, buying packs, cracking packs, because they were jazzed, man. They were excited about the baseball product. They were hoping to get that Sammy Sosa rookie card or that Mark McGwire refractor card in that pack that at that time was worth maybe 100, 150 bucks. And now, a graded one could be worth even more than that based on how the explosion that's occurred in the sports collectibles market. But that saved the sports in the late 90s. What will be needed to save the sport now in the event that I am correct and we miss 50 or more games next year? And I just hate to say it. I feel, unsettled about the entire situation. I hope it doesn't come to this, but my gut tells me it's going to be at least 50 games next year, and it's really going to hurt the national pastime.
I'm glad you said that, because I agree with you that missing games is going to hurt the national pastime. But also, do you think there's a part where if we do miss games, that it's just like anything, how sometimes you need to lose something to realize how much you love it, kind of thing, right? And we
Yeah.
know NFL's king, we know NBA's growing, but you almost wonder that for all of us that feel like if we're going to have a lockout, we're going to miss games, it's going to be terrible for baseball. Maybe it's the optimist in me, Brad, but there's almost a part of me that's like, if we do miss games, especially if it's that many, if it's 50, 60 games, that you almost wonder if a lot of people are going to be like, man, it's 80 degrees out today. I'd love to be at Wrigley. I'd love to be at Fenway. I'd love
Exactly.
to, watching a ball game, and I can't do that. And if they do end up coming back to play for 100 games, you almost wonder if that shortened season, if that sprint, it's almost going to make people really appreciate baseball, really love it. And it might turn out potentially being like good for the game later down the road. I don't know. I agree with you. Like in no scenario is like ever missing games a good thing. But I do kind of wonder if, with how good baseball, the product has been the last few years, the momentum that they're building to, how many bright stars are in the game, I just almost wonder if like they miss 50, 60 games, if there's part of the country, part of people that if we don't have baseball, Brad, it might actually be a great thing when it comes back. People are like, I never realized how much I loved watching Twins and White Sox on a Wednesday night. You know what I mean? Or something like that. So do you think there's any of that part of it as well?
Yeah, look, there's always a reflection and people tap into nostalgia. And, obviously it would only be like a year removed, from going to baseball games, having a nice cold beer on an 85-degree day, sucking down a couple of hot dogs, mustard only, people. Don't you dare put that red communist sauce on a hot dog. Get me thrown in jail. I'm very passionate about mustard only on a hot dog. Very much a Chicago way there, PJ. But yeah, I mean, people won't have those arguments. People won't have those experiences. People won't be able to take their families to what you could argue is the most affordable major sports game to go and watch available right now in the country. I mean, it's a hell of a lot more of the NBA. It's a heck of a lot more, exponentially more in the NFL. Even at the collegiate level, games are ungodly expensive, to say the least. Baseball, I can still find some decently cheap seats. Concessions are a little pricey, but it's all about the experience, and you can take your family at an somewhat affordable level and watch a game any given day of the week. Over 162 games over the several months of the season unfolds. I will say this, and this is just a random thought that came to me as you were laying this question out to me. One side of baseball that I think could really explode, and it's really exploding right now. If there were a lockout, and let's say you miss 50, 60, 70 games, my God, the Savannah Bananas are going to absolutely rake. They're already raking right now. They're already filling football stadiums. They'll fill every damn football stadium in the country for people yearning for any kind of baseball action, and they'll be thoroughly entertained in the process. So they could stand to benefit if a lockout does commence.
Such a good point. They'll be calling the stars of the teams of the city that they're in saying, hey, you want to come out and have a guest appearance and play for us? You wonder if maybe some other teams try and poach off that ideas. Maybe they create some superstar teams. That's a good point there about the Savannah Bananas. So we'll talk more about this coming back on the other side of the break, but we'd love to get your thoughts. Again, give us a call, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. After hearing this latest proposal by the MLB owners and how disgusted the MLB Players Association is, what is your concern of missing games in 2027? And if we miss games, will you continue to be a fan, and will you come back when they resume? You're listening to BetMGM Tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM Tonight. We'll be right back.
Scouting reporting that I've seen on Sorsby is, hey, very good, excellent arm talent, maybe not elite, but excellent arm talent. But sometimes it also leads him to believe in his arm a little too much and try to write checks that perhaps he can't cash and make poor decisions. It reminds me a lot, to be honest, and I don't say this just as a Steelers fan, but it reminds me a lot of some of the stuff we saw from Ben Roethlisberger early in his career. I know we're going way back 20 years now, but hey, I'm athletic. I can make things happen when I'm on the move, and because of my arm strength, I'm going to make some dumb decisions at times.
Yeah, and he actually plays, I remember those Big Ben days quite well. He plays more instruction than Ben did coming out of Miami, but also played at a program that was playing a little tougher schedule. Now, you can argue, and Bruce Feldman talked about this in The Athletic, he wrote about a couple weeks ago, Sorsby's 1-11 in November games the last 2 or 3 years, I think. Not entirely his fault. And when you watch those games from those November outings, it wasn't like he completely and wholly tanked. He had drops he dealt with. The offensive line struggled at times. They were playing better competition. But in terms of who he is, you sort of touched it. He's 6'3", 230. He is fantastic in space with his legs, but he's not a quarterback, sort of like Big Ben did early on in the Steelers' career, looking to run if the first read isn't there. He throws a fantastic deep ball, and he's incredibly efficient throwing the deep ball. That is something that sticks out because a lot of times guys can chuck it, but they struggle with the accuracy. He's not elite when it comes through getting through his reads on time, but his ability to create out of structure is what compensates for that. And, Big Ben's a great comp. One that I kept thinking about was, sort of if Josh Allen had a little brother, because he's not 6'5", 240. He is 6'3", 230, and he can absolutely run and has a big arm. And I do think he's 22, 23 years old, so he's played some ball, unlike Ty Simpson, who was 23 and only played 15 games. He would have been QB2 in last year's draft class from 2 months ago. And I think he actually on the field has a chance to get a lot better. Again, sort of the ghost of Josh Allen's younger brother, if you will. And that, more than anything, and we know this, Chris, that will determine how much owners will buy into the idea of giving up draft capital for Brendan Sorsby when this happens.
There's another one I didn't mention because I'm out on them this year. That's the Chiefs. I'm not saying they have another 6-win season for sure. I'm just saying I wouldn't be shocked by it. Denver and LA are both better than them. Mahomes is going to have rust. I'm sorry. People don't take into enough account how hard it is to not just come back from a catastrophic injury and get on the field, which it looks increasingly like Mahomes will be able to do by week 1. And who says he doesn't? But to come back and actually play like yourself again. I know I've used this comparison before. I will use it again. Aiden Hutchinson, I think, is a great comparison. When he came back from the broken leg, yes, he got back on the field, but I'd say for 2 months, 6 to 8 weeks, he didn't really look like himself. It happens all the time. Guys have a major injury, in not just football either, in a lot of major sports. You have a major injury that keeps you out for at least a year, if not close to a year. When you come back, the first couple of months, first few weeks at the very least, but first couple of months more often than not, you're back on the field and you're doing your damnedest, but you simply do not look like yourself. And I think that's going to be what we get from Mahomes. Kelsey's a year older. Another team that didn't do nearly enough, if anything really, to address the receiving room. I think the Chiefs are in a bad spot going into this year, to be honest.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
PJ Glasser filling in for Pat Boyle here on BetMGM tonight, along with the great Brad Evans here on Westwood One Sports. We're going to continue talking some baseball here in a little bit. We're actually talking baseball the entire hour. We got MLB streaking coming up to wrap up hour number 1. How about Brad Evans on an 11-game streak? Are you on an 11-game streak currently, Brad, or that's your all-time bet? You're on an 11-game streak. Look at you.
Yeah, that's an all-time high. I almost jinxed it the other night. Juan Soto, very last at bat. He was very fortunate to get that at bat in Cincinnati, kept the streak going, and I was talking hellified smack to our outstanding VP, video producer, Michael Montgomery, who's got the all-time streak, and he got it right out of the gate. 14 in a row. Thankfully, Soto came through in the clutch, extended my streak to 10. Goldschmidt did it last night because he just murders lefties, and he certainly did that. Took one out of the park into, I believe, the right field bleachers and extended it to 11. So we're shooting for a dirty dozen tonight, and I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to talk with my chest puffed out at all. I am just praying the baseball guys will be kind to thee, but you got to stick around. Coming up here, we're going to have MLB streaking, and I will reveal my pick to click and a guy I think is going to get ahead. And hopefully, as a collective, we're all going to cash, which we did a couple of nights ago right here on BetMGM tonight.
We sure did. We'll look to hopefully do that again tonight. I've had some good success on the time that I filled in on the show, Brad. I'm 10 for 11, so pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I think I had like 8 game streak. I've hit my last 2, so hopefully I can keep it going. But Brad, 11 in a row is terrific. What was the number that you hit where you start to get the cold sweats? Like you wake up and you start to think about it, put a little extra thought into it. Was it like 7, 8, 10? What was the number where you really started to be like, okay, I got something going here?
Yeah, I think I was puckering up in all the wrong places at the Ocho. When I got up and I'm like, I'm shooting for 8. I was like, man, this ride's been great. It's been ultra smooth, but I know there is going to be a bend, there's going to be a twist, there's going to be a corkscrew, and it's all going to come raining down and come to an end. But so far, I have survived that. We got through even like tornadoes that were in my backyard, literally. Yesterday on the show, power stayed up. There were tornado warnings all over the place. I still got my pick in. Was still able to, watch that pick come through in the last minute of the show. So if we have stiff-armed Mother Nature and the EF3 tornadoes that she has brought to my neck of the woods the last 24 hours, I can conquer anything. So again, stick around. I'm going to give you my pick to get a hit coming up here, I believe, in the next segment.
And also stick around for the bets because as Brad talked about at the beginning of the show, he had some Brian Wu, he had some Mariners money line, and Brad, that game has gone final in Seattle, a 3-0 winner for the Mariners. They get 3 runs in the first inning, and we don't see any runs the rest of the way. Wu and the Mariners shut down the Orioles. Shane Baz bounced back nicely after that first inning, but Orioles lineup could do nothing today against the Mariners. So a 3-0 winner there for Seattle against Baltimore. They'll take on the Red Sox in the next series. Meanwhile, the Orioles got to head to LA, take on the Dodgers. We also had some earlier results today in the MLB. Toronto, a 4-3 winner over Boston. Cleveland, 4-2 over Milwaukee. And Minnesota wins 9-3 against Texas. So we got those 4 games coming up later that we will dive into here on Going Streak. And we also got the World Cup going on. Oh, Canada up 1-0 right now on Qatar. 27th minute in that game. So Canada off to a nice start. And then we got the first round of the U.S. Open underway, which I'm watching here on the side TV. Got plenty of bets this week out in Shinnecock. Brad, one of my favorite stats that I've heard in a long time came across Twitter this week about the U.S. Open at Shinnecock. This is the 6th time that they are playing the U.S. Open at Shinnecock Hills. And the previous 5, I want to say there have been like 654 total golfers that have teed it up. Would you like to guess at how many of those 654 have finished the week under par at Shinnecock during the U.S. Open?
Out of 654, they finished all time. All time, you're saying?
All time.
Oh, wow. It's got to be a ridiculously low number. I'm going to say 10.
3 golfers, Brad. 3.
Oh, my gosh. Even lower than that?
3 golfers. Unbelievable.
That's crazy.
That tells you how ridiculously hard this golf course is. And again, if you look at the leaderboard today in round 1, you got so many guys over par. All the leaders pretty much are at 1 under. You got one guy at 2 under in the clubhouse, and Wyndham Clark's out to a great start. He's 3 under through his first 9 holes. But again, for all those people out there that love an old-fashioned U.S. Open, that love to see carnage and these guys struggling and not a lot of birdies, Shinnecock's probably at the top of your list because, my goodness, is that course tough. So love that stat this week. I thought that was incredible. It was my same reaction when I was like, 3 golfers? How is that possible?
Yeah, that's
Only
bananas.
3 golfers in 5 years, but a very difficult course. All right, so let's get back to baseball. We're talking about it in the top of the first hour. We had the MLB and the MLB Players Association. They met again this afternoon, and they were talking about the draft, Brad, and the MLB owners. Their proposal was to include rule changes to the draft, dropping it from 20 rounds to 12 for the amateur draft with a $200 million bonus pool. And then they also wanted to add a 12-round international draft. So any closing thoughts on this? And, what do you think it's going to take for these guys to come to a deal? And do you have any confidence? I guess I should ask you, do you think they're going to come to a deal on this maybe before they discuss and come to an agreement on the money side of things? Like, what do you think they agree on first of the two things?
It'll probably be the draft. The truth's going to be somewhere in the middle. The big C word comes into play here. That's compromise. Both sides are going to have to make concessions. Both sides are going to have to, reach across the aisle and shake hands and figure out what is good for the sport, its longevity, what is healthy overall. Right now, I think this proposal is ridiculous for all the reasons I mentioned there in Seg 1. Again, you're an 18-year-old kid. You graduate from high school. You could go into a trade. You can go off to college. You can go and work at a local convenience store and figure out your life. Do whatever the hell you want. You're an adult by the letter of the law. Why can't a high school kid enter his name into the MLB draft if he feels he's going to be selected and get instantly paid? If that's what he wants to choose. That's capitalism. That's the American way to have that independence, to have that freedom, and you're going to deny it. I think it's just stupid, quite frankly. So maybe that's a compromise. Maybe they'll lift the restriction of not being allowed to take high school players. College baseball would say, oh, no, please. We want to have that restriction. We want to have a plethora of players to choose from to raise the overall talent on our rosters overall at our collegiate level and our various teams that are out there. But there's other issues here at play. So two sides got to sit down. They're going to have to really hash out their differences, stack the pizza boxes if need be, take hours on end, brew multiple pots of coffee, and figure it out. So if that can get done in somewhat short order, which probably it won't because these things tend to drag, that could be a harbinger of positive things to come to the bigger issue here at play. And of course, that is a salary cap and the likely salary floor that will be implemented in this new CBA deal. Of course, the players don't want any kind of cap whatsoever. They want to make as much money as humanly possible. The floor, I think they could probably come to agreement on what that number is. Is it $100 million? Is it $125 million? Is it $150 million? They can hash that out, but it's the cap issue, PJ, where I don't know if they're ever going to see eye to eye on that. My personal belief, if I had a vote in it, set the cap at $300 million and be done with it. But the player's got to say, nah, bro, you got to raise that to 325, 350, 400, wherever they can meet in the middle. That's where it's going to wind up. The players eventually are going to have to buy into the idea of some sort of salary cap. Otherwise, a deal will never get done.
It's so fascinating because the fact that there is a salary floor, I actually love, right? Because for a lot of the players now, they're going to have to get a certain amount of money, and these owners are going to have to spend a certain amount, which I think is going to be good for baseball and create an even more level playing field in a sport that is already very competitively balanced, I feel like, for the most part. But you said it, the stars are what drive any sport. And how are you going to tell the Tariq Skubals, the Paul Skeens, the Gunnar Hendersons, any of these young stars that are up for major deals after they just watch Soto get 725, they watch Ohtani get 700 mil, that, they're supposed to be capped at like $35 million a year or whatever it might be, $40 million a year. So that's where they're going to have a big issue, is trying to find that. No question about it. But yeah, Brad, I mean, we haven't talked about that money side of things, and it sounds like we're in agreement. And it almost like frustrates me, but it's something we've always known, that these owners, they have the money to spend it. They're just so cheap and they don't do it. But I love the fact that the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Miami Marlins, the Athletics, the Rockies, these teams are going to be forced to open up the checkbook. And I think it's going to be great for fans. I think it's going to put more butts in seats. They're going to be able to get more players. I just hope that those franchises don't use it as almost a cop-out of a way of still being cheap and like going after the same players, but just giving them more money, to get the necessary amount to get over the cap. But that part of it I really do like. Like you said, it's all going to be about the cap, though, and that's where they're going to have a really difficult time coming to an agreement.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you bring up about some of the dregs of the keg and those teams that you mentioned, like the Colorado Rockies. Look, I lived in Denver for 7 years. I went to a lot of Rockies games. It is a beautiful, magnificent ballpark, PJ. I don't know if you've ever been.
Yeah.
But I will say you got the party deck out there. A lot of 20-somethings. That's like hookup central. Everybody knows it in Denver. I mean, you spend like $15-20 on a ticket. I think you get like $10 of free concessions as well as a part of your ticket purchase. And, people just buy it in beer. They get dates, and some of the individuals go home together. Congratulations to them. And that's the romance, if you will, the party deck at Coors Field. But the product is so craptastic on the field in general. Now, I'll give credit where credit is due. I just saw the Colorado Rockies highly competitive against my Chicago Cubs. Again, everybody is right now. I am their great grandmother at Wrigley Field. And then that was a team that was consistently just throttled on the road every single game practically last year. So they've actually made strides in building a more competitive overall product. But for the most part, people are always going to Rockies games because of the Rocky Mountain backdrop, because of the party deck, because of the natural beauty and splendor of Denver, Colorado in the summer. Again, put on your bucket list, folks. Maybe the Chamber of Commerce should be cutting me a check right now in the greater Denver area. But they need to be able to see a competitive team on the field. And by raising that, and installing a salary cap floor, even if they try to game the system and bring in some craptastic talent just to get barely over the threshold needed, so they get penalized in any way, that's still going to mean, this is a team that if they can click, they can come together, they can coalesce, maybe, just maybe, you might have another October like they did several years back. So shout out to Ubaldo Jimenez. But that's just one example of a franchise that really needs to step up, to their game and actually invest in quality players to raise the product's quality overall to benefit the fans who are still buying tickets and going to games right now. Ultimately, they should be protesting like a lot of these franchises. The White Sox were doing it, then all of a sudden they started winning games.
Crazy how that works, right? So, yeah, and I echo everything you said about Coors Field's a beautiful park. I love, Brad, every stadium, they have their own food thing. And Coors Field has like a brownie on a kebab stick almost that's with like fruit as well. I don't know what it's called. Absolutely delicious. It's so good. So I love that. And as you were talking, and you're talking about, going out, hanging, meeting people and everything. While the Rockies continue to be bad, they can use this one for free. But the team slogan could be, our team doesn't score, but you can. So there you go. The Rockies. You can take that. You can take that for free. So enjoy a Rockies game. Yeah, there you go. So, any Rockies people listening, feel free to use that while your team continues to be terrible for years and years. But Denver's a great place. I got to get to Red Rocks to see a concert. I've gone to visit the amphitheater, but just nothing but good things. You can tell if you're there and you just see how it's built and the views and the sight lines and how the music, just like the acoustics, bounce off the rocks. It's unbelievable, Brad. So high on my bucket list to get there.
PJ, I'm going to probably make you very envious and jealous. I saw multiple concerts at Red Rocks. I lived literally 15 minutes away from Red Rocks in Littleton, Colorado. That's, of course, in Morrison, but it was a short drive from my house. I saw Tom Petty right before he died, one of his last shows at Red Rocks. Might have got a secondary buzz, if you can catch my drift. That was an amazing show. I saw the Black Keys with Band of Horses, an amazing show. And honestly, what took the cake for me, I saw Beck. I really wasn't sure, what I was going to get out of Beck when I went, but that show blew my socks off. It was one of the best concerts I've ever seen. So, yeah, man, Red Rocks is one of the iconic concert venues in the country. And you're right, man. The sound bounces off the rocks. It is so picturesque. It's breathtaking. You see wildlife around you, not like when you're in the concert venue, but like waiting outside, have a couple of beverages. It's just so unreal. And it takes me back. If only I were an adult with cash and I could have got to see U2 perform there in the early 80s, my life would have been set. I could have died and gone to heaven right there. U2's my all-time greatest band. I've seen them 15 times. Never was able to see them in a small venue like that. But those are the type of shows that do come to Red Rocks to this day. Up-and-coming acts, even established talent, and it's unlike any other venue in the United States.
Yeah, U2 would have been epic, but Tom Petty, the rest in peace, the late great Tom Petty. Yeah. That nothing to sneeze at here. That's really good, Brad. Hopefully, I can get there someday. And again, whenever they do decide on this new proposal, it'll be great to see the Colorado Rockies spend some money. When we come back, we keep talking Major League Baseball. We're going streaking. Can our guy Brad Evans get to 12? Can he continue to chase down Mike Montgomery? We'll also give out a pick. Our producer Brandon will, and myself. Coming back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
I'm going to ask you, how deep do you think this U.S. men's national team can go in this World Cup? Semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's all there, man. I do. You look at some of the other runs that, and history will tell you this. South Korea, for example, when they hosted, and that sea of red, it was amazing. It was that we tied them, and they ended up going to a semifinal that year. And they got some luck. They had some good fortune, and they had some referee calls that went their way. But that's what a World Cup is. You have to be good, right? You have to be talented. You have to get some good fortune. You have to have some little bit of luck, and you got to be there. My dad used to say that, and I never knew what it meant. But you got to be there. You got to in the moment and ready for the moment. You got to be prepared to play. This team is we like to say checking all those boxes, but man, this team is well prepared. If they get a little good fortune and they force the issue, right? If they're ruthless, they can make something special happen. Like I said, I got to see him in Chicago, and they asked, you have any advice for the guys? And because there's always these comparisons to our generation and other generations, and is this the best team we've ever had? And the only advice I told them was, I said, man, just pay attention to the last verse of our anthem. That's the best advice anybody can ever give you. Home of the brave. Be brave. You want to impress us? Be brave. You're talented enough. So just don't back out of this. Seize the moment and go. And if they're brave and if they have courage to play up to their talent level, I mean, sky's the limit. I still think they're going to semifinals. I said that from the beginning, man. I've been killed for that, especially with some of the results they had coming in. But this team's talented enough, and that 12th man factor will factor in. You watch. It's going to get good. It's going to be a great World Cup.
if you're one of those teams with draft capital to move, and maybe you're sitting, I don't know, anywhere. You can be anywhere in the draft. And you look at yourself as a Jaylen Brown away from a run to a title, taking that next step. You're on the phone with Milwaukee right now. And Brad Stevens in Boston. Hey, what do we got to do to make this 3-team deal work? Because the other interesting part of what Brian Geltzeiler gave us the other day when he was on the show was that's how this works if it works between Milwaukee and Boston, is there's a third team in the mix. A team that you can spin Jaylen Brown off to if you're Milwaukee. And now you're getting just an absolute haul from two teams. Because you're dealing Antetokounmpo to Boston. Here you go. Here's a boatload of things. And you're also effectively dealing Jaylen Brown to Team 3. Here's a haul of things. Somebody, if that 3-team deal ends up going down between Milwaukee, Boston, and whoever, is going to get an absolute haul.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm filling in for Pat Boyle, who's out in España. I never even thought about this, Brad, but while he's out there for the World Cup, that's got to be pretty awesome. Maybe not the Cape Verde game. They were probably pretty pissed off, but just experiencing that, I'm sure their next game, which I think is coming up in a couple days, 3 days from now, that'll be a lot of fun. So hope our guy Pat Boyle is having a great time. And if you're looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season, boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Coming up in hour number 2, we're going to continue the MLB conversation. White Sox sensation Colson Montgomery makes history. We'll talk about that. Justin Verlander back at Comerica Park. And we'll do a little start, sit, and cut MLB edition before getting into some NBA draft conversation, which is on Tuesday. Very exciting stuff. My Washington Wizards have the number 1 overall pick. But let's get in to MLB streaking because our guy, Brad Evans, has gotten 11 in a row. The pressure's on. He's 3 away from tying our guy Monty, 4 away from passing him and creating a new record of 15. So, Brad, you have the floor. Who's the guy that's going to get us to 12 in a row tonight?
Well, honestly, before we do that, we got to get the phrase that pays, and we got to play the sounder. So let's, I'll go in and introduce it, PJ. Let's go streaking!
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking!
Yeah, that's right. All
now
right, folks.
PJ.
Yeah, PJ's already given me the baton, so I'm going to run with it. I am going to try to go for a dirty dozen here in this 3-counter. I got Paul Goldschmidt last night, And I'm confident Jordan Walker, yes, me, a diehard Chicago Cubs fan, is going to be leaning on a St. Louis Cardinal. Does it against Kansas City in the Battle of the Missouri State Showdown here. He has gotten a hit as Jordan Walker in 11 of his last 14 games, batting .310 over his last 15, batting .308 against KC this season, and .288 against Southpaw pitchers. He's also 2 for 5 lifetime against a Southpaw pitcher who's on the bump for KC. That's Noah Cameron. Look at Cameron, a 4.50 ERA at home, just shy of a 40% hard hit rate he is allowed. So get me to a dozen, please. Jordan Walker is my pick against the Kansas City Royals.
There you go. Brad hoping to make it 12 in a row with St. Louis Cardinals Jordan Walker, which I know makes our guy Brandon very, very happy that Brad, a Cubs fan, is taking a Cardinals guy. Brandon always loves it when he does that. Brandon, I will go to you next, Brandon. After Brad takes a St. Louis Cardinal, will you be joining him and taking a Cardinal as well? Or are you going elsewhere?
PJ, if we had only one game tonight and it was the Cardinals versus the Cardinals,
you'd pass.
I would not pick a Cardinal to get a hit.
A Cardinal.
I would bow out.
That's true.
I respect that.
There's no chance.
I respect that. Okay.
It's never happening.
All right, so you're not going
and
with
the
a
fact
guy
that
off
Brad
the
does it
Cardinals.
makes him a coward. Not gonna lie.
Okay, well, it's working pretty well. He's gotten 11 in a row, so he's got a decent strategy going. Brandon, you're trying to start a streak of your own. You're going to White Sox, Yankees tonight. What do you like in that?
I am. I like Mr. Miguel Vargas tonight with a lefty on the mound. I really do like Colson Montgomery as well, but with the lefty on the mound, I decided to go with Miguel Vargas. Hits lefties just a little bit better than what Colson Montgomery does right now, and Miguel Vargas has the most hits in the White Sox lineup right now, which is absolutely insane. This kid is becoming everything that the Dodgers thought that they had, but gave up on. And he is doing exactly what they thought he could do for the Chicago White Sox organization. So give me Miguel Vargas tonight against the Yankees.
All right, Brandon going with Miguel Vargas to get a base hit. Let's go to our guy, Monty, who has 2 in a row, holds the record for 14. He's also going to Cardinals and Royals. Monty, who do you got in that game?
Real quick. Oh, I would never do that. I was going to endorse your pick, Brandon, but I think that's a good one.
I appreciate it.
I'm obviously going to go on the Royals side. Give me the best player probably on the field tonight. Give me Bobby Witt Jr. I think he's got a fantastic spot here against Liberatore. Strong matchup, tier 2 for me on batters-box.com on my board. Liberatore's trending down against right-handed hitters, especially over the last 60. 49% hard hit rate, 13% barrel rate. An expected batting average over 400 for those right-handed hitters, so I definitely want a Royal righty tonight. And Witt's destroying lefties. 338 batting average, 61% hard hit rate, 14% barrel rate, and 121 games with a strong rating on my site. Again, battersbox.com, in between. Witt is getting a hit 81% of the time, and that jumps to 89% when he's at home. So absolutely love Witt tonight.
Very good. Good case for Bobby Witt. Nothing wrong. I mean, nobody will blame you for ever taking Bobby Witt in this segment. I'll go with Salvador Perez. I'll stay in that game and stay with the Royals. Give me Salvi, who against Liberatore is 4 for 10 in his career. I've taken Salvi in the past. He's been good to me, so I'm hoping he can keep that rolling once again. So our picks for tonight, which is a plus 239 parlay. Brad's going with Jordan Walker. Brandon's going with Miguel Vargas. Monty's going with Bobby Witt. And I am taking Salvador Perez. Again, plus 239. You parlay all those together. Coming back, hour 2, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports, PJ Glasser, Brad Evans. Don't go anywhere.
If you're Team USA, you'd obviously love to have Pulisic out on the pitch. I just called it a pitch instead of a field. That shows that I know something about soccer. Don't come at me, bro. You'd love to have Pulisic out there, obviously. But do you need him out there tomorrow afternoon? You had the most impressive win of the first week of the World Cup, in my opinion. You could maybe argue that England's win yesterday was close to that impressive. But when you stack it up with the opponent and how they won, Team USA's win last weekend was the most impressive win from the first week of the World Cup, in my opinion. That's not just me being a patriotic homer. And another win basically locks up a trip to the round of 32. So do you need to push Pulisic tomorrow afternoon against Australia? Or do you say, you know what? We're going to hold off. We're going to give it more time to calm down. We're going to make sure he's ready for the final game of group play against Turkey. And if the worst that happens is we draw Australia and then we've got to get another point against Turkey to ensure that we're through to the round of 32, then so be it. I think given this American team's depth that we've heard so much about in the run-up to and the start of the World Cup, you have to be willing, if Pulisic isn't 100%, to not push him tomorrow afternoon against Australia. Of the 5 teams that I think most people are talking about as teams that will return to the playoffs this year after missing them last year, the team I have at the bottom of the list of those 5 is the Baltimore Ravens. Oh, he's just being a dumb Steelers fan. I knew he'd do that. No. I have serious questions about the Ravens. I know I've mentioned it before. There's no reason to expect Derrick Henry to break down all of a sudden. And I'm not saying he will, but at a certain point, he's going to hit the cliff. And the older he gets, the more likely it becomes. The offensive line has 4 dudes who literally, 3 of them will be driving Amazon vans in September rather than playing football, battling for the starting center spot. They didn't do, I shouldn't say anything. They drafted Surratt out of Indiana. But they really didn't do much to address their wide receiver depth. And in my opinion, they didn't do enough on defense either.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Hour 2 of the show. We got the first round of the U.S. Open winding down as we got daylight winding down as well. We got a five-way tie atop the leaderboard right now. Wyndham Clark, Matt Fitzpatrick, Dustin Johnson, John Rahm, and Sam Stevens all at 2 under par. How about Canada? 3-0 on Qatar right now at halftime. So that game looking like it's over. Qatar does have a red card, so they're playing with 10 guys. Canada probably just going to continue to pepper them and increase that goal differential, but they looking like they're going to get 3 points. And then tonight we have Mexico and South Korea. It starts 9 p.m. Eastern time. Also got the Mets and the Phillies underway. The Mets scored 2 runs in the top of the first. Brad, Philadelphia answered right back in the bottom of the first with the run. They got runners on first and second and 1 out. Soto went deep to put him up 1-0. Then Ewing doubled in to make it 2. And then Alec Bohm with an RBI single. And now you got Brandon Marsh up, runners on first and second with just 1 out. And the Mets up 2-1 on the Phillies. We gave out our going streaking plays last segment as well. So we are locked and loaded to go in Major League Baseball tonight. And then, Brad, some stories to talk about. On Sunday, we're going to have one of the all-time greats, Justin Verlander, who signed a 1-year, $13 million contract this offseason with the Tigers at 43 years old to come back in likely his final season to be with the team that started it all. And he's going to make his first start at Comerica on Sunday against the White Sox. What do you expect that environment to be like when Verlander takes the bump at home in a Tigers uniform in Detroit for the first time since 2017?
Oh, I think it's going to be outstanding. It really is. Verlander, very much long in the tooth, to say the least. Eventually he's going to have his, name and image cast in bronze in Cooperstown. There's no question about that. He's still hitting earlier this season, a lone start that he had, he was hitting like 93, 94 on the gun pretty consistently. So pretty good zip still. On the overall fastball. But, his best days are long behind him. The fact that the Tigers have gotten back Tariq Skubal in miraculous fashion, we are all thinking maybe he was going to be donezo for the season with those loose bodies and his throwing elbow. Then he made the rapid recovery that he did. He's already back in the rotation, already, showing the same fastball zip that he had pre-injury and the setback there despite the surgical procedure. So the Tigers, though, they're down in the AL Central standings right now. They're starting to get healthy. And most importantly, PJ, the bats are starting to talk. They're starting to rap. They are top 3 in WRC plus here in the month of June. So if they can stay hot at the dish offensively and this pitching staff can galvanize, can come together with Justin Verlander just getting, some quality starts, just give me good 5 innings. AJ Hinch is asking, pretty much game in and game out. Maybe give up a couple of earned runs here and there. You just don't get smashed when you're on the bump and the offense, carries you the rest of the way. The bullpen's been really good. Like the Tigers, again, are starting to reach their peak. And that is a team as we get, close to the second half of the season, as the mercury begins to rise on the thermometer. Maybe Detroit is a team that's going to deliver the way we thought we expected they would before the season began. I think they're going to be in the thick of it in the AL Central, though the White Sox have been surprise sensations. The Twins are playing decently. They had a big win earlier today. And, of course, too, Kansas City is right now the dregs of the keg in that division. But, ultimately, I think Detroit is going to be right there in the conversation of possibly taking the crown in the AL Central, earning a wild card spot. And Verlander could be not the biggest story, but a reason why they get back to that level.
Yeah, I mean, they got to make up a lot of ground and do it quickly. They are 9.5 games back in the division, 6.5 games back of that final wild card spot. But they got Verlander coming back. They got Skubal coming back. He's scheduled to start tomorrow. So when you got Skubal, you got to feel good about winning that game. And even still at this age, Verlander's shown that when he is out there, when he is healthy, he can still produce. It's going to be an awesome environment. I mean, Justin Verlander is one of the great Detroit athletes ever. And one of those guys that in this day and age, Brad, sometimes stars that have been there a while, they have a tough exit from a team. You think about LeBron from Cleveland or some other guys, but he was traded and he didn't want to leave, but he was traded to Houston, helps them win a World Series. And now the fact that he gets to come back, he was injured earlier in the season, but he's going to be able to go on Sunday. It's going to be a really cool scene. And for a team that, again, made it to the ALDS last year, there was a lot of hope and expectations this season. You signed Framber Valdez. You're thought of to have one of the better pitching rotations in baseball. The offense has really regressed this season. This will be a nice bright spot for Detroit, something to celebrate, a reason to cheer for the Tigers. And the fact that he does it on Father's Day will be pretty cool. So that'll be
cool.
Fun to watch with Justin Verlander and the Tigers. Brad, I would say the three best pitchers definitely of the last 20 years have been Kershaw, Scherzer, and Verlander, right? Those have been the three guys. I'm going to put you on the spot. If you had one game to win, I give you those three guys. How are you power ranking those three? Kershaw, Scherzer, and Verlander. Who would you take of the three?
Yeah, obviously assuming their peak and
Correct.
being on the mound.
Yep.
I'm going to go Clayton Kershaw, numero uno. I'll probably go Verlander number 2, and I love Mad Max. I really do, but Scherzer would have to be 3 for me. But it's really kind of a 2A, 2B scenario in my mind.
I would agree with you. I would agree. Monty goes
Really?
Kershaw last because he's a Dodger. Yeah, I'm right with you. That was my 3 that I was thinking. Kershaw won. I mean, when Kershaw was in his peak, I mean, that's one of the all-timers. He was
Unhittable.
just untouchable for years. Verlander was really that first guy, Brad, kind of in this era, the first guy in a while where you saw the velocity go up as he would go deeper into games. I mean, he would go 6th, 7th inning, and that fastball ramp up to 97, 98. He was so durable. He was so reliable. It felt like just about every game he had a no-hitter going into the 4th or 5th inning. So Verlander was really strong. And again, I like Scherzer too. Unbelievable pitcher. His peak with the Nationals was unreal and had some great years with the Tigers, but I'm going with Kershaw, Verlander, and Scherzer as well as my 1, 2, 3. Monty says good luck winning in the playoffs with Kershaw. And that's really the big knock on Clayton more often than not in the postseason. He definitely was nowhere near the guy that we saw in the regular season. But Verlander likely his final year. Going to be cool to see him take the mound for the Tigers on Sunday. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser filling in for Pat Boyle alongside Brad Evans. Let's keep it in the AL Central, Brad, as Colson Montgomery for the White Sox smashes 40th career home run against the Yankees last night in just his 140th career game. 6th fastest to ever do so, to reach 40 in 140 games. Murakami, his teammate, has grabbed all the headlines this season because he's been unbelievable and all the home runs that he's been hitting. But Colson Montgomery looks like he's going to be a star for a long time. What do you think is his ceiling, Brad? Is he a potential AL MVP candidate down the road? Is he a 40-50 home run kind of guy? What do you think is the ceiling for Montgomery? How good do you think he could be?
I think he's got a 50, 55 home run ceiling, quite honestly. He's got a lot of thump in that lumber, to say the least. Gets great loft to the launch angle. Ball really just jumps off the bat. You look at some of the advanced data right now, 46.7% hard hit rate. That's outstanding. He's number 37 in average exit velocity. Nothing to scoff at there. 277 isolated power mark. That's off the charts. And a guy that, 253 at bats, he's only batting 225. He's got to, shave a few of those Ks down. The K percentage a little bit high, but he's young. He's aggressive at the dish. And a guy with 19 bombs already this season. 44 RBI, 35 runs scored, only has a 1 stolen base, but not known for his speed. He is a major reason why, and so is Murakami. So are a number of other key players. Miguel Vargas, one of them that Brando's taken tonight and going streaking. And a number of other players on this White Sox team, and why this franchise is ascending. Why I picked them earlier this week to maintain their top status over the Guardians, over the Tigers, who I believe will charge hard, or over the Twinkies to win the AL Central this year. The pitching staff, it was a little bit lackluster at times. Davis Martin was brilliant up until last start. He got rocked by the New York Yankees. I thought he was in the conversation as a dark horse, the AL Cy Young. No longer. That idea, poof, has left my brain after getting smashed by NYY. But, you look at the collective of the White Sox here in the month of June, they're only number 28 in team ERA, but a team that's near the top in total home runs smacked this year. The big reason why is Colson Montgomery. So he is, again, I think his ceiling is 50-55 bombs in a given year. That would certainly place him firmly in the MVP conversation. A lot of moving parts there, but yeah, the ceiling is enormous and a major, major reason why everybody should be believing in the Southsiders this year and ultimately beyond as well. They got a young group, and man, those guys can absolutely flex their muscle at the dish.
I mean, every year in baseball, there's a surprise team that comes out of nowhere where people kind of know they're heading in the right direction, but they're a year or maybe even 2 ahead of schedule. The White Sox definitely feel like that team this season, where they've been so bad in recent years, and it started to get better last season. This year, we could tell it was going to be even better. I don't know if people saw this, and certainly a threat to win the division, but they absolutely are. They've really been in the playoff race the last month or so, 5 weeks in the American League, and continue to impress. And Colson Montgomery been right in the heart of it. And what's cool about him, Brad, he's one of these multi-sport athletes. He was actually recruited to play basketball when he was freshman, sophomore in high school, and then finally got recruited to play college baseball at Indiana. Ended up not doing that and went straight to the minors, which is something we were talking about earlier in the show. Obviously, his kids might not have that option anymore, but Colson was one of those guys, didn't go to college. Looks like it's working out just okay for Mr. Montgomery. So we shall see. But yeah, I'm with you, man. I think it's not crazy to think that he could win an AL MVP at some point down the road. Certainly the pop, if he stays healthy, definitely can be a 40, 50 home run guy. White Sox, they got some good boppers in the middle of that order. So do the Atlanta Braves, Brad, and they got off to a great start this season. During a 162, there's going to be some regression at some point. There's going to be some stretches that you hit where you're not playing good baseball. You lose 6 of 7, 8 of 10, 10 of 14, those kind of things. This might be that time right now where the Braves are starting to hit that, as last night they dropped their 6th game in their last 7 and lose to one of the worst teams in baseball in the San Francisco Giants. The Braves were so good at the beginning of the year, they couldn't maintain that play. Are you starting to have a little cause for concern, though, about the Atlanta Braves on the recent slide that they are having? And their lead in the NL East is now down to 6.5 games. The Phillies, ever since making the change to Don Mattingly, been playing great baseball. So any concern about the Atlanta Braves, or do you think this is just one of those slides that seemingly every team goes on throughout the season?
Yeah, it's probably more of the latter, but there is a little cause for pause because we got some news yesterday straight from the manager's mouth, and that being Walt Weiss, about Ronald Acuna. And he said, quote, "long way away," end quotes, from returning from the hamstring injury. That is not bueno, mi amigos, to say the least. So we have no idea when Acuna is going to be back. It sounded like it's going to be a multi-week additional setback for him. And, without their key player, their multi-time all-star atop that lineup, they're suffering right now offensively. They're number 27 in WRC plus this month. And they still got some dynamite bats in that lineup. And Ozzy Albies and Matt Olson and Michael Harris is batting north of 300. But they're really missing Acuna right now. The pitching staff has been okay. They're only number 16 in team-wide ERA here in the month of June at 4.47. But Spencer Strider's really a shell of what he was a couple of seasons ago. We're going to see what they can do tonight. Martin Perez on the bump for the Braves. But, the run differential is still plus 100. That's the third highest right now in the National League. But you got to have a little bit of concern because we don't know when ultimately Ronald Acuna is going to be back and, how this could really slip away for Atlanta because the Philadelphia Phillies, you want to talk about boppers, they got a ton of them. The pitching staff has been somewhat erratic. Look at Aaron Nola and how disappointing his season has been. But they have really started to right the ship, playing better baseball here last month and a half. And I think ultimately they're going to dwindle that lead down maybe to like a single game here in short order. So, again, that gives me some pause. If I'm a Bravos fan there in the ATL, it is no sure thing they are going to dominate the NL East the rest of the season.
I mean, they were playing such good complimentary baseball at the beginning of the season. And like you said, I think what's really started to hurt them in the month of June is their pitching has let them down. I mean, this series against the Giants, they've given up 7 runs in both games. They gave up 7 and 8 runs to the Mets in 2 of the 3 games in that series. So you're two teams that really haven't been able to hit all year, have been teeing off on the Braves pitching staff, which has been great for much of the year. They're starting pitching, Elder, Sale, these guys have been great. Perez has been really good for them. So when you're missing one of the best players in baseball, Ronald Acuna Jr., it's never a good thing. Their lineup is really good, though, and can withstand his injury, I think, as long as it's obviously not a big-time long-term deal. But the pitching, Brad, I think has to get back to what it was. And that's when they'll snap out of this rut and start to win games if you're Atlanta, because that's really what was carrying them for much of the year. The lineup had been great, but that starting pitching was really what was doing the job for the Braves, and that's usually how you win a lot of games in the regular season, is if that pitching is consistent 1 through 5, that's how you stack up 95, 100-win seasons. So the Atlanta Braves, who have the night off tonight due to a rain delay against the Giants, looking to bounce back here after a recent rut that they have been on. Canada, once again, up 3-0 on Qatar, that game in the second half, and Qatar playing with 10 men. So 3-0 Canada, and could be more potentially. Mets up 2-1 on the Phillies in the second, and the Yankees and the White Sox underway from the Bronx. We'll keep you posted on what's going on in Major League Baseball. When we come back, we continue our MLB conversation with Start, Sit, and Cut. Be a fun edition of that. Coming back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, PJ Glasser, and Brad Evans. Don't go anywhere.
Scouting reporting that I've seen on Sorsby is, hey, very good, excellent arm talent, maybe not elite, but excellent arm talent. But sometimes it also leads him to believe in his arm a little too much and try to write checks that perhaps he can't cash and make poor decisions. It reminds me a lot, to be honest, and I don't say this just as a Steelers fan, but it reminds me a lot of some of the stuff we saw from Ben Roethlisberger early in his career. I know we're going way back 20 years now, but hey, I'm athletic. I can make things happen when I'm on the move, and because of my arm strength, I'm going to make some dumb decisions at times.
Yeah, and he actually plays, I remember those Big Ben days quite well. He plays more instruction than Ben did coming out of Miami, but also played at a program that was playing a little tougher schedule. Now, you can argue, and Bruce Feldman talked about this in The Athletic, he wrote about a couple weeks ago, Sorsby's 1-11 in November games the last 2 or 3 years, I think. Not entirely his fault, and when you watch those games from those November outings, it wasn't like he completely and wholly tanked. He had drops he dealt with. The offensive line struggled at times. They were playing better competition. But in terms of who he is, you sort of touched it. He's 6'3", 230. He is fantastic in space with his legs, but he's not a quarterback, sort of like Big Ben did early on in the Steelers' career, looking to run if the first read isn't there. He throws a fantastic deep ball, and he's incredibly efficient throwing the deep ball. That is something that sticks out because a lot of times guys can chuck it, but they struggle with the accuracy. He's not elite when it comes through getting through his reads on time, but his ability to create out of structure is what compensates for that. And, Big Ben's a great comp. One that I kept thinking about was, sort of if Josh Allen had a little brother, because he's not 6'5", 240. He is 6'3", 230, and he can absolutely run and has a big arm. And I do think he's 22, 23 years old, so he's played some ball, unlike Ty Simpson, who was 23 and only played 15 games. He would have been QB2 in last year's draft class from 2 months ago. And I think he actually, on the field, has a chance to get a lot better. Again, sort of the ghost of Josh Allen's younger brother, if you will. And that, more than anything, and we know this, Chris, that will determine how much owners will buy into the idea of giving up draft capital for Brendan Sorsby when this happens.
There's another one I didn't mention because I'm out on them this year. That's the Chiefs. I'm not saying they have another 6-win season for sure. I'm just saying I wouldn't be shocked by it. Denver and LA are both better than them. Mahomes is going to have rust. I'm sorry. People don't take into enough account how hard it is to not just come back from a catastrophic injury and get on the field, which it looks increasingly like Mahomes will be able to do by week 1. And who says he doesn't? But to come back and actually play like yourself again. I know I've used this comparison before. I will use it again. Aiden Hutchinson, I think, is a great comparison. When he came back from the broken leg, yes, he got back on the field, but I'd say for 2 months, 6 to 8 weeks, he didn't really look like himself. It happens all the time. Guys have a major injury, in not just football either, in a lot of major sports. You have a major injury that keeps you out for at least a year, if not close to a year. When you come back, the first couple of months, first few weeks at the very least, but first couple of months more often than not, you're back on the field and you're doing your damnedest, but you simply do not look like yourself. And I think that's going to be what we get from Mahomes. Kelsey's a year older. Another team that didn't do nearly enough, if anything, really, to address the receiving room. I think the Chiefs are in a bad spot going into this year, to be honest.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports, as they're winding down the first round of the U.S. Open. There's a 150 shot difference between the morning wave and the afternoon wave. The cumulative score of the guys that went off in the morning shot a plus 302, and the afternoon wave is plus 152. So much better to be playing in the afternoon. Wyndham Clark and Dustin Johnson, your co-leaders right now at Shinnecock. Brad and I are going to talk some NBA draft coming up next segment. We got that on Tuesday. Absolutely loaded draft with so many great players, terrific freshmen, upperclassmen, some European guys as well. Brad and I will dive into that as we get ready for that on Tuesday. But let's continue talking MLB. And as always, we'd love to hear from you too on the phone lines, or send us a text 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. 4910. You want to talk some baseball, NBA draft, NFL. We're going to preview the Los Angeles Rams coming up in hour number 3. Talk U.S. Open, World Cup, whatever it may be. Love to hear from you. Give us a call. Give us a text. Let's do start, sit, and cut, Brad. Let's start with AL playoff contending teams. I'll give you these 3. You tell me which one you would start, sit, and cut. The Chicago White Sox, Seattle Mariners, Toronto Blue Jays. Who would you start, sit, or cut?
I'm going to take it in the exact order you read it. I'm going to start the Sox. I am going to sit the Mariners, and I'm going to cut the Blue Jays. And I can't believe that. I probably would have done reverse order, quite frankly, if we would have done this exercise before the first pitch of the regular season was thrown. But we got a decent sample size now here in the middle of June. And the White Sox are a team to be believed. I've already said it. I said it earlier in the show. I said it yesterday. I've said it repeatedly relate. I think they're going to win the AL Central. They're the real deal Holyfield and a team here in the month of June that's number 14 in WRC plus without Murakami on the field, and he's going to be back soon. They're a team that is struggling right now. Find the zone with the pitching staff and the bullpen, the starting rotation. Davis Martin, I mentioned, getting just blasted by the Yankees the other day. Their 5.79 ERA here in June has got to improve, to say the least. But, they're the team to beat. The Mariners, a big win today. Brian Wu, a very different pitcher at home than away. Those splits are pretty divisive, to say the least. And he was excellent. 3-hit. Almost went the distance. Went 8 innings of shutout baseball. Entering the day, Seattle was number 17 in team-wide ERA. Probably going to jump maybe as high as like number 12 or number 11 in that category based on the performance today. The bats haven't been really talking. Somewhat underwhelming so far this month. Julio Rodriguez has got to get going. I got to get Cal Raleigh back and healthy. He's been a colossal disappointment this year. They're just number 22 in WRC plus this month. Then you look at the Blue Jays, just a ho-hum, a mediocre, rather vanilla, number 17 in WRC plus this month, and number 21 in team-wide ERA at 4.57. So again, I'm going to rank them: White Sox, Mariners, and Blue Jays. Start, sit, cut. PJ, how about you?
I think I'm between the Mariners and the Blue Jays for who I would start. I think I'm going to go the reverse way of you, Brad. The way that you would have gone before the season started. I'm going to start the Blue Jays, sit the Mariners, and cut the White Sox. And it's not because I don't like the White Sox. I just don't like them better than those two teams, because the Blue Jays and the Mariners played in the ALCS last year. I know what I'm getting out of those teams. The White Sox have gone off to a great start. A lot of us think this is going to be sustained. Brad, you just highlighted all the reasons why people should believe in them, why you think they're going to win the division. But I've just seen it with Toronto and Seattle. I know that Seattle pitching staff is the real deal. And I know that division is not very good. And I know if we get into a playoff series, dealing with that rotation is going to be very difficult. Toronto very easily could have won the World Series last year. They probably should have won the World Series. Gausman and Yusavage is a great one, too. I think they're going to go after it at the deadline and add some pieces. Vladdy's terrific. Ernie Clement's great. They just make contact, Brad. And the way that roster and lineup is built is very difficult to deal with in the postseason, with the way they foul off pitches and work counts and get on base. That's really what it comes down to. It's not for me that I don't like the White Sox. I just like the Mariners and the Blue Jays a little bit better. So I will start Toronto. I like them a little bit better than Seattle, because even though Seattle's got a better pitching staff, I think the lineup of Toronto outweighs it more with Seattle, because shocker, here's Seattle again. They're really good with their arms. They can't hit. So I'll go Blue Jays start, Seattle sit, and I'll cut the Chicago White Sox. What about the National?
Okay.
What about the National League, Brad? We got the Padres, the Nationals, and the Diamondbacks. Start, sit, and cut.
I'm going to start the Washington Nationals, believe it or not, PJ. I'm buying in this team. I know that WRC Plus is only number 19 here in the month of June, but it's actually far greater of a gap and a distance between them and the Padres and the Diamondbacks, the other teams here in this competition. Pitching staff's been okay, not exactly shut down. They are number 22 in team-wide ERA here in the month of June at 4.67. But James Wood is a beast. He really is. And, I got another number of guys in that lineup who've done a tremendous job hitting the baseball consistently and efficiently so far this year. So I think the Nats, they're more than a dark horse. I think they're a very strong contender to earn a wild card spot in the National League this year. So give me the Nats first. I'm going to follow with the Padres. I know offensively have been a major letdown. Number 30 in WRC plus this month. Manny Machado, well south of Mendoza line this season. They get a home run like yesterday, day before. So maybe he's starting to come alive. Jackson Merrill, they got a lot of talent in that lineup, but just haven't been hitting the ball particularly well. They're suffering from Chicago Cubs disease, to say the least. But the pitching staff has been outstanding. Number 3 in team-wide ERA here in the month of June at 3.57. That gives them a slight edge over the D-backs. Arizona only number 28 WRC plus. So Corbin Carroll is white hot, hit a grand salami last night. And the pitching staff for them just number 23 in team-wide ERA. It's largely ho-hum in my estimation. So again, Nats 1. Start. I'm going to sit the Padres because of the pitching staff being very good, and the bats still right now in a deep freezer somewhere. And the Diamondbacks just got issues across the board outside of Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll. I got to cut them.
All right, I'm going to go with the Padres. I'm going to start them. I'm going to sit San Diego. I'm going to sit Arizona, and then I'm going to cut the Washington Nationals. The reason I'm going to start San Diego, yeah, I am. The reason I'm going to start San Diego, Brad, is because of their general manager, AJ Preller. And he is an absolute psycho. And that man would trade you and I, if he could, to acquire somebody that he wants. He will go after everybody and anybody. He's got the best weapon in the sport in Mason Miller come playoff time, which is just like, if he comes in the game, you can forget about scoring any runs. There's still too much talent on that team. Like, Tatis has been so bad this year. He's playing a little bit better, but I think he's going to be all right. Jackson Merrill's a stud. Machado's still playing great. Like, time and time again, San Diego's in the playoffs. They just haven't got over the hump. But because Preller is always aggressive, he always goes for it. Of those 3 teams, I would feel good about them the most. Diamondbacks, and you mentioned how good the Padres pitching staff has been. Diamondbacks, they're just one of these small market teams that just has found a way. They got off to a brutal start, but they're playing a lot better. And the reason I put them over the Nationals is because the Nats offense has been unbelievable. I mean, you said it, James Wood, the real deal. Kid is an absolute beast.
Yeah.
Their pitching, though, Brad, is what gets me. What's wild about the Nationals is that they've scored the most runs in the National League. They've also given up the second most runs in the National League. And you look at their offense, and it's like, how are they getting it done? I mean, Wood is great. Abrams is having a solid year, but it's a lot of these no-name guys that are just having great years for them. Is that sustainable into August and September? I don't know. Whereas that pitching staff, like, you look at those names, and I just don't see those guys getting any better. So I kind of expect the offense to come down a little bit. I expect the pitching to kind of be what it is. Because of that, I'll cut the Nats and I'll put the Diamondbacks over them. But I will start the San Diego Padres. All right, let's get into some players, Brad. How about some June on-base machines? These guys have been on fire. PCA, Jackson Chourio, Bo Bichette. Start, sit, cut. Those 3 guys.
I'm going to go with the exact order that they're listed yet again. I'm going to start PCA. I am going to sit Jackson Chourio of the Milwaukee Brewers, and I'm going to cut Bo Bichette. And it's no knock against Bo Bichette, but going back to PCA, my God, he is molten lava right now at the dish. Went yard again last night, and PJ, I don't know if he saw the home run. It was seriously in doubt. Had to get reviewed. And actually, the ball clipped the rope that was attached to the flag atop the right field foul pole. And you just see the movement on that in a couple of replays, and it slightly, ever so slightly, altered the baseballs are coming down. Oh, that's still a fair ball. So the home run did count. He's got a 51.9% hard hit rate this season. Number 21 exit velocity, 15 home runs, 16 stolen bases. He's on pace for even a better year than he had last year at 854 OPS. He's number 3 in WAR right now in all of Major League Baseball. So PCA has been the saving grace of the Cubs right now, and the doldrums they've been in offensively. He's atop the list. Churio's next. A guy who just rakes the dish. I know he was 0 for today, but usually good for a hit almost every single game, batting well north of 300. Bichette has caught fire, but the numbers on the entire season just pale in comparison to the other two. And so far, I think he's over 2 tonight in the matchup against the Philadelphia Phillies. So start PCA, sit Jackson Churio, and I'm going to cut Bo Bichette.
Yeah, I mean, you got to start PCA. He's batting .406 in the month of June. It's absolutely insane what he's doing. He's gotten a hit in every game in June except one. June 9th against the Rockies, the only game so far this year. He hasn't gotten a hit. You said it, Brad. He's on fire. And the reason you start PCA is because he gives you everything. He gives you average. He gives you power with 8 home runs. And he gives you speed with the 4 stolen bases. Churio and Bo Bichette do not have a single stolen base this month so far. So because PCA is giving you everything, I'm going to start him. I'm going to sit Jackson Churio. He's also having a terrific month, batting .385 in June. He's got 8 home runs, so he's giving you pop as well, and he's driven in 20 RBIs. You mentioned with Bo Bichette, he's caught fire, and he's caught fire here as of late. He's got 6 straight multi-hit games. So what's really kind of getting his numbers up this month has been the recent stretch and the game he had against Seattle where he went 4 for 4. He hasn't quite been as consistent this month as those other guys have. He also has 3 home runs compared to PCA and Churio, who have 8 already in the month of June. So, Brad, this one pretty clear cut for me. I'm starting PCA, I'm sitting Jackson Churio, and I am cutting Bo Bichette. And the last one for you, my friend, June Mound Maestros. Sandy Alcantara, Drew Rasmussen, Dustin May. Who would you start? Who would you sit? Who would you cut?
Again, somebody get me a bucket because I'm going to barf into it. I can't believe I'm going to be backing a St. Louis Cardinal yet again. I'm going to start Dustin May. I'm going to sit Sandy Alcantara, and I'm going to reluctantly cut Drew Rasmussen. I mean, all been great so far here. Sorry. Look, it pains me to say I'm about to keel over. I mean, the stomach pain is for real that I'm going with another Cardinal. I already backing Jordan Walker tonight. Now I'm backing Dustin May. What the hell is wrong with me? It must be the Budweiser. But I will say this about May. He's been outstanding here the last 30 days. A couple of wins, but a 2.18 ERA. 10.91 K per 9 over the last 30 days, which is his last 5 starts. The cutter has been cutting. The sinker has been sinking. He's been missing all kinds of bats. He had a rough start to begin the year, but man, did he turn that sucker around quickly. He's been brilliant. Alcantara is back to his inning eating ways. A guy that's been able to, work deep in a game, 6-7 innings. We thought he was going to be a hot commodity at the trade deadline, but the Marlins are in the wild card conversation. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. But Alcantara is getting back to what he has shown previously in his career. Rasmussen has been awesome. I don't want to discount him, but I have to cut somebody. So he's the last man on the list. So start Dustin May, sit Sandy Alcantara, and I'm going to cut Drew Rasmussen. What's wrong with me? Another Cardinal.
Brad, I'm actually the guy that you're sitting. I'm going to start Drew Rasmussen. He has been unbelievable in the month of June.
Yeah,
21
really
innings pitched. He's given up 9 hits, just 1 earned run the entire month. And he's gone 7 innings in all 3 of those starts. He's got a .43 ERA. So even though he only got the 3 starts, he's been absolutely incredible. He's also got 29 strikeouts in those 21 innings, including 13 against the Red Sox a week and a half ago. So I'll actually start Drew Rasmussen. I'm with you on Dustin May. I will sit him. He's also been terrific for the Cardinals. Put together one of the best pitching performances of the entire season the other night against San Diego when he went a complete game, one-hit shutout with 9 Ks, 1 walk against the San Diego Padres. He's been terrific in June. And then, as you said, Sandy's been really good. He's back to eating up innings for the Marlins. 2.89 ERA this month, but just not quite as dominant as the other two. So I will start Drew Rasmussen. I will sit Dustin May, and I will cut Sandy Alcantara. And that is how you do some start, sit, and cut MLB edition right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. From the diamond to the hardwood, we got the NBA draft coming up on Tuesday. Brad and I are ready to talk some prospects when we come back.
I'm going to ask you, how deep do you think this U.S. men's national team can go
Semifinals.
in this World Cup? Semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's all there, man. I do. You look at some of the other runs that, and history will tell you this. South Korea, for example, when they hosted, and that red sea of red, was amazing. It was that we tied them, and they ended up going to a semifinal that year. And they got some luck. They had some good fortune, and they had some referee calls that went their way. But that's what a World Cup is. You have to be good, right? You have to be talented. You have to get some good fortune. You have to have some little bit of luck, and you got to be there. My dad used to say that, and I never knew what it meant. But you got to be there. You got to in the moment and ready for the moment. You got to be prepared to play. This team is we like to say checking all those boxes, but man, this team is well prepared. If they get a little good fortune and they force the issue, right? If they're ruthless, they can make something special happen. Like I said, I got to see him in Chicago, and they asked, you have any advice for the guys? And because there's always these comparisons to our generation and other generations, and is this the best team we've ever had? And the only advice I told him was, I said, man, just pay attention to the last verse of our anthem. That's the best advice anybody can ever give you. Home of the brave. Be brave. You want to impress us? Be brave. You're talented enough. So just don't back out of this. Seize the moment and go. And if they're brave and if they have courage to play up to their talent level, I mean, sky's the limit. I still think they're going to semifinals. I said that from the beginning, man. I've been killed for that, especially with some of the results they had coming in. But this team's talented enough. And that 12th man factor will factor in. You watch. It's going to get good. It's going to be a great World Cup.
If you're one of those teams with draft capital to move, and maybe you're sitting, I don't know, anywhere. You can be anywhere in the draft. And you look at yourself as a Jaylen Brown away from a run to a title, taking that next step. You're on the phone with Milwaukee right now. And Brad Stevens in Boston. Hey, what do we got to do to make this 3-team deal work? Because the other interesting part of what Brian Geltzeiler gave us the other day when he was on the show was that's how this works if it works between Milwaukee and Boston, is there's a third team in the mix, a team that you can spin Jaylen Brown off to if you're Milwaukee. And now you're getting just an absolute haul from two teams because you're dealing Antetokounmpo to Boston. Here you go. Here's a boatload of things. And you're also effectively dealing Jaylen Brown to Team 3. Here's a haul of things. Somebody, if that 3-team deal ends up going down between Milwaukee, Boston, and whoever, is going to get an absolute haul.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
PJ Glasser filling in for Pat Boyle here on BetMGM Tonight alongside Brad Evans, Westwood One Sports. We're getting ready to talk some NBA draft, and we'd love to hear from you here on the show. Please give us a call or a text, 310-840-4910 if you'd like to talk some NBA draft. Who's your favorite prospects in the draft? What's the team that you would like to see trade up, maybe trade down? Anything you want to talk about for the draft, which starts on Tuesday, let us know here on BetMGM Tonight. Brad, we're going to do a little pick a prospect. So if you're the GM, I'm going to throw 3 prospects at you for a certain team, and you tell me which of those players you would select for that team. We will start with the Atlanta Hawks, who are picking number 8 overall. And your choices are Braden Burries out of Arizona, Kingston Flemings out of Houston, or Hans Steinbach out of Washington. Of those 3, who would be the guy that you would choose if you were the Atlanta Hawks GM at number 8?
I think the bigger area of need, and really these are both areas of need, backcourt, the point guard position. I think CJ McCollum right now is on technically the starting point guard for the Atlanta Hawks. Maybe they believe in him. I don't know. But I necessarily would not. Alexander Walker is still there as well at shooting guard. He'll play a little point from time to time. So Flemings would be interesting if he slipped a little bit there in the draft to get, to be available at number 8 overall. But I think they go Hans Steinbach. They need a big. They got to solidify that front court, to say the least. And I love this kid. A lot of people didn't watch Washington Huskies hoops this year. They're in the late night tip in the Great Northwest. They were not a good product, did not make the NCAA tournament. But you look at Steinbach, man. I was able to watch him a couple of games, and the kid's a real deal Holyfield in my estimation. 6'11". He was top 45 in all of college basketball in offensive and defensive rebounding percentage. He shot nearly 62% from 2. He's got range as well, 34% from 3. We're not talking like, 3 of 10. He took a number like over 45 3-point attempts this season. He averaged 18.5 points per game, 11.6 rebounds per game. So a guy that's versatile, a guy that's somewhat polished, and a guy that would shore up that front court, which they desperately need. I think Heinz Steinbach out of UW should be the pick in the ATL.
I could certainly see that. My comp for people, again, that haven't watched Hines play, I think he's a better offensive Josh Hart a little bit. Like he's the ultimate glue guy. He hustles. He offensive rebounds. But as you mentioned, I mean, he's a good shooter. He can step outside, shoot threes, great 2-point percentage. So I think that'd be a nice pick for Atlanta. I think they need star power, though. Jalen Johnson proved that he could maybe be a superstar in the NBA, but I think he needs another guy to play off of. And I think Burries would be the perfect complement to him. I think Kingston Flemings would be as well. But Burries, what he's able to do in transition, how good he is in the half court. He's a great shot creator. He's a good defender. I just think he'd be a perfect mix for what the Hawks have there. They need another dynamic guard in the backcourt to go along with Jalen Johnson, and I think Burries could be that guy. So they could have a lot of good options there at number 8, but I think of those 3, if I were Atlanta, Burries would be my selection if I was the general manager of the Atlanta Hawks. What about the Charlotte Hornets, Brad? They're selecting number 14 overall. And the 3 guys that they could be deciding between are Hans Steinbach, once again from Washington, Adai Mara, the big man from Michigan, or LeBaron Philon out of Alabama. You're Charlotte. Who is the guy that you would select at 14?
It's Mara out of Michigan, man. He really impressed me. I thought he sharply improved his overall skill set going from UCLA to Michigan. A guy with pretty good handles at his size, is 7'3", could even step out and knock down the occasional 3-point shot. Didn't take many 3-point attempts. He was just 3 of 10 from way downtown, but he showed that he could take some of those. Maybe a few 17, 18-foot jumpers. Obviously, he's an enforcer in the interior. He was number 6 in all of college basketball and block percentage. He nailed 68% of his 2-point shots, a lot of those coming on dunks, averaged 12.1 points per game, 6.8 rebounds per game, and 2.6 blocks per game. And the passing skills really stood out to me. I thought that was something that greatly improved as the season progressed. And, of course, Michigan won the whole shebang at college hoops this year. Mara's the man. I think he'd be a great value, number 14 overall, and check a box and area of need for the Hornets. That's a pick.
So I'm with you. If Mara's there at 14, he would be the pick. I don't think he's going to be there, though, because OKC's picking at 12. And I think if they decide to stay pat and Mara's there, then Sam Presti's going to go get Mara. Because after watching the Western Conference Final and watching what Wemby did to Chet, there's just no way that if Mara's available, he's not taking him. He just fits in perfectly with OKC. It's exactly what they need. He ultimately gives them size and defense and rebounding. He's just the perfect fit. So if Mara's there at 14, I would be pretty surprised because I think if he's there at 12, OKC is taking him. So with that in mind, and me not expecting Mara to be there at 14, I think they go with Steinbach for everything that you mentioned for Atlanta at 8. First of all, Brad, you would have taken him at 8. So if he's there at 14, Charlotte's got to be thrilled with the potential guy that, right? I mean, no doubt about it. And I love Philon as a Bama guy. I think he's going to be a terrific pro. He's an elite scorer. The Hornets don't really need that. I mean, they got LaMelo Ball as a creator. You got Knipple there who can create and shoot. Brandon Miller is there as well. Like, they need bigs. They need guys. They need more guys that are versatile, more guys that can guard multiple positions. And that's what Steinbach can give you. So I think if you're Charlotte at 14, Hans would be the play for me. The Detroit Pistons, Brad, the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference, have the 21st overall pick. And who do you think Detroit should roll with between Allen Graves, Christian Anderson, and Bennett Sturtz?
Again, these are all areas of need. I think they really got to solidify that backcourt. I'm going to go with the pride of Iowa. That's right, buddy. Your boy, your outstanding VP here on BetMGM tonight, a proud grad of the University of Iowa, and Bennett Sturtz. Man, he was sensational. A flat-out winner, whether at Northwest Missouri State, where he won a couple of college titles. Ben McCollum was a head coach there, whether at Iowa as well. I mean, he can do a little bit of everything. I played a little bit of Drake, too. 6'4", average 19.8 points per game. A guy that was a very good disher, a high assist rate, 4.4 assists per game, drove nearly 36% from way downtown. Smooth, savvy, productive, consistent. He's exactly what the Pistons need. So if he's there at number 21, I invest in the services of Bennett Sturtz.
Yeah, I'm also between one of the backcourt guys, Anderson out of Texas Tech or Sturts out of Iowa. You made a good case for Sturts. I'll just play devil's advocate and go with Anderson. I think he's a great prospect. He was one of the better three-point shooters in college basketball. He's also a sneaky athlete, like he can dunk and he doesn't look like it because he's not the biggest guy, but he's got great athleticism. He's a great shot creator, and the fact that he played for Grant McCaslin just like Sturts did with McCollum, I like the makeup of both of those guys because they're dirty. They'll play defense. They'll get on the floor. So can't go wrong with either guy. Brad makes the case for Sturts. I'll go with Christian Anderson. All right, hour 3 on the way next. Talking a little NFL, Los Angeles Rams. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM tonight. West.
If you're Team USA, you'd obviously love to have Pulisic out on the pitch. I just called it a pitch instead of a field. That shows that I know something about soccer. Don't come at me, bro. You'd love to have Pulisic out there, obviously. But do you need him out there tomorrow afternoon? You had the most impressive win of the first week of the World Cup, in my opinion. You could maybe argue that England's win yesterday was close to that impressive. But when you stack it up with the opponent and how they won, Team USA's win last weekend was the most impressive win from the first week of the World Cup, in my opinion. That's not just me being a patriotic homer. And another win basically locks up a trip to the round of 32. So do you need to push Pulisic tomorrow afternoon against Australia? Or do you say, you know what? We're going to hold off. We're going to give it more time to calm down. We're going to make sure he's ready for the final game of group play against Turkey. And if the worst that happens is we draw Australia and then we've got to get another point against Turkey to ensure that we're through to the round of 32, then so be it. I think given this American team's depth that we've heard so much about in the run-up to and the start of the World Cup, you have to be willing, if Pulisic isn't 100%, to not push him tomorrow afternoon against Australia. Of the 5 teams that I think most people are talking about as teams that will return to the playoffs this year after missing them last year, the team I have at the bottom of the list of those 5, it's the Baltimore Ravens. Oh, he's just being a dumb Steelers fan. I knew he'd do that. No. I have serious questions about the Ravens. I know I've mentioned it before. There's no reason to expect Derrick Henry to break down all of a sudden. And I'm not saying he will, but at a certain point, he's going to hit the cliff. And the older he gets, the more likely it becomes. The offensive line has 4 dudes who literally, 3 of them will be driving Amazon vans in September rather than playing football, battling for the starting center spot. They didn't do I shouldn't say anything. They drafted Surratt out of Indiana. But they really didn't do much to address their wide receiver depth. And in my opinion, they didn't do enough on defense either.
Day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, Wyndham Clark just eagled at Shinnecock. He's now 6 under par. I mean, the absolute perfect time to play the course right now, Brad. There's really no wind. It's straightforward, and these guys are going out there and posted big numbers. So Wyndham Clark now at 6 under, Dustin Johnson's at 4, Matt Fitzpatrick's at 3 under, and then you got DeChambeau and Rahm at 2 under. So some big names towards the top of the leaderboard. They're taking full advantage of this twilight golf that they're playing right now before they have to blow the whistle for everybody to come in because of darkness. But these guys they're shooting darts at these flag sticks right now, and they better make as many birdies as they can, Brad, because they're going to need them over the next 3 days when they all make bogeys that are definitely coming. But a great start for Wyndham Clark, who is a former U.S. Open champion. Brad Evans, PJ Glasser, BetMGM Tonight here, Westwood One Sports. Hour 3, give us a call, 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. Going to talk some Los Angeles Rams. You out there listening, do you think the Rams are going to win the Super Bowl? Who's the team best equipped to take down Los Angeles for the upcoming season? Let us know your thoughts here on the show. And Brad, there's no way that you can't start when talking about the Rams after the trade that they made a couple weeks ago, acquiring Myles Garrett, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, sending Jared Verse to Cleveland with some draft picks. They're clearly going for it. And they already had one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, one of the best receivers in the NFL, maybe the best head coach in the NFL. And now they arguably add maybe the best player in the NFL and certainly one of the best defensive players in Myles Garrett. What were your thoughts on the Rams before the trade? Did you like them to win the Super Bowl, win the NFC, all that stuff, win the division? And then what were your thoughts on the Rams now after the Myles Garrett trade?
Yeah, I'd already said, you can go back and check the tape, America. I was on the Rams to win the Super Bowl before the deal went down with the Cleveland Browns to acquire the services of Myles Garrett. I thought they had all the goods. With Jared Verse, they're on the field for the Rams. Of course, now he's going to be, trying to wrap running backs and, guys the open field with the Cleveland Browns. But they had the goods. I mean, you got Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, the 1-2 punch of Kyron Williams and Blake Corum in that backfield. They're going to run a lot of 3 tight end sets this season. And the brilliance and the creativity of Sean McVay just cannot be understated. That he's a guy that just goes out there and pushes the right buttons at the right time. I felt the Rams were already going to win the Super Bowl now, and I went out on a limb and I said that the 72 Dolphins could be in jeopardy. They could run the table. And we even heard rumors that Aaron Donald is flirting with the idea of coming out of retirement. And some insiders wholeheartedly believe that isn't bluster. It's not a joke. That is for real. And if he were to do that, even though he's 34 years old, I've seen some of the videos on social media. He's still in excellent shape. He'll have to get the cardiovascular workout ramped up to get back in that kind of shape. But the guy can still bench press beer trucks, and you throw him in there with Myles Garrett. And two, well, we can't forget they got Trent McDuffie now, that defensive backfield. That was a question mark last year, how they play pass defense. They added Jalen Watson from Kansas City as well in that defensive backfield. Like, there are no weaknesses. They have depth. They have studs across the board. That's the reason why, and this is also a true story, I took the Rams at BetMGM to have the best record in the NFL prior to the Garrett trade at plus 850. I still believe you can get that now, but it's like 6-1 or plus 550. I still feel that's an excellent value, but they will be the team to beat, not only in the NFC, but the entirety of the NFL this season.
Yeah, I mean, right now at BetMGM, the Rams are plus 500 to win the Super Bowl. The Bills are 10-1, Ravens 11-1, Seahawks 11-1. So clearly the Rams are the team to beat. They are the overwhelming favorites right now in every market. I don't know, Brad. I'm not like convinced. I haven't picked anybody yet to win the Super Bowl. I haven't made any wagers or anything like that. If you had to make me pick a winner today, I don't think I would bet the Rams, just because I never love the teams that win the offseason. I never love the teams where it just looks too easy. They have so much talent. I mean, you know how this stuff goes, right? Like, especially with the veteran team, injuries happen. Stafford, who knows if that back could act up, whatever it may be. Their schedule's very difficult. They play in a tough division. I think they're going to have some ups and downs. And even though their roster is obviously loaded, again, the Garrett trade is the thing that gets all the headlines. But as you mentioned, they made two really good pickups in the secondary, going after McDuffie, who's one of the best corners, and Jalen Watson is terrific as well. So they have everything. They truly do. On paper, this team's stacked. There's a reason why they are a big favorite like they are. It's just sometimes in pro sports, it's just never that easy. And Seattle's got a really good defense. And, I think the Eagles will be better this year. We'll see one of those NFC North teams. Maybe it's the Lions or the Bears, maybe the Packers that can challenge them. Or if it's the AFC, can Allen or Lamar finally get to the Super Bowl? Or is Mahomes going to get back? Or one of those teams going to potentially beat him? So the Rams should be the favorite, Brad. You made some great bets. You got some good value before all of those trades. I just am not there. I haven't placed anything on the Rams. I'm not convinced that, yes, this team is definitely winning it. I do like them, however, to win the division, because I think you can look at the Rams two ways. You can look at them as a team that, because they've made all these moves, their sole focus is winning a Super Bowl. And they'll have the mindset as, we don't really care if we win the division. We just want to get into the playoffs. And as long as we're in, we feel like we can beat anybody, anywhere. I think because of last year and the fact that they had to go on the road 3 times to make it to a Super Bowl, they know the importance of getting that home field and winning the division. So I think that's going to be a priority to them, is making sure they're locked in. They win those games against Seattle. They get the top seed in the NFC. Their schedule's really tough, though. I mean, they start the season in Australia, which is just brutal. Then they got to travel back to Los Angeles. They got to play the Giants. Then they're at Denver, at Philly, and home against Buffalo. I mean, that's a heck of a 3-game stretch.
Yeah, it's rough.
Again, those 3 teams are saying, we got to play the Rams. But back to back to back for LA to play those 3 teams, when you know they're getting those 3 teams' best shot against them, those will be difficult games. Now they got a nice kind of middle of the schedule. They play Arizona twice, Vegas, Washington, and the Chargers at home. They should win all 5 of those games. Come out of the bye week: Green Bay, Kansas City, San Francisco, Dallas, Seattle, Tampa, and Seattle again. It's one of those schedules, Brad, where it's really difficult to start, easy middle, and then it ramps up again at the end. And again, playing all those difficult games at the end of the year, especially Seattle twice at the end in the final 3 weeks. If they don't win the division and they got to play during wild card weekend, it's gonna take a lot out of them. Playing that Seattle defense twice in 3 weeks, how physical those games are going to be, and then get ready for the postseason. So that's why I think it's so imperative for the Rams to win the division, get the bye, get the 1 seed, and make sure that those teams in the NFC got to come through SoFi if they want to go to a Super Bowl. So I think that's the way I would attack the Rams probably, is win the division and number 1 seed, I think would be how I would bet LA. Do you, I'm assuming you like both of those bets, considering you like them to have the best record in the NFL, or you made that wager?
Oh yeah. I mean, I definitely say they're going to win their division. I think they're going to win and be the number 1 seed in the NFC. Again, I've already wagered on them to have the most wins in the NFL this season. I've already wagered on them to win the Super Bowl as well. And again, I'm on the record. And this is not me, sipping the silly sauce, so you may disagree with it. And it's not me trying to be a hot take artist. I truly believe it. I think they could run the table. I know you laid out the brutal early season schedule. But they're going to be possibly favored, mainly heavily in most games all season long as the key components stay healthy, which nobody can ultimately predict. Going from Stafford possibly to Ty Simpson. Had a lot of controversy around that pick, but in hindsight, I think it was the right move for this organization to bring him along for the next couple of years and be the heir apparent after Stafford, hangs it up. And I think he's going to be done in 2 years. But Stafford is still playing at elite level. And Puka Nacua is just unreal in his own right. We're going to get more to him in a minute. So, yes, I believe, without question, the Rams are the team to beat. And remember, folks, we were remiss if we didn't mention this. The Super Bowl this season is in L.A. and where? At SoFi Stadium, where the Rams play their home games.
Yep, very good point. Do you think, Brad, it makes more sense now that they drafted Ty Simpson in the first round after making the Myles Garrett trade? Because that tells me that they trade for Myles Garrett, knowing this group with Stafford and these guys, Devontae Adams, McVay, they're going all in for these next 2 years trying to win a Super Bowl. But then they're also setting themselves up for, they drafted a quarterback. They're hoping he turns into something. He learns under Stafford and McVay. And then when you're ready to rebuild, you at least have your quarterback in place. Do you think the draft choice makes a lot more sense now after the Garrett trade?
Yeah, I certainly questioned it, but looking at hindsight now, taking a step back and examining the situation, it does make sense. It really does. I think Les Snead had that ace up his sleeve. Sean McVay, I think at the moment, may have very vehemently disagreed with him. But even if you ask McVay injecting some truth serum into his system, he would probably say, yeah, at first I hated it. Now I don't mind it. It was probably the right move.
It's what good organizations do. I mean, this is what the Packers did with Jordan Love. This is what the Chiefs did with Mahomes when he had to wait behind Alex Smith. The Ravens did with Lamar when he was waiting behind Flacco. So a lot of the good organizations, they do this forward thinking. And yes, your team's trying to win now. And even though everybody wants you to use that first round pick on a position to help you win that upcoming season, a lot of these organizations, if they like that quarterback, they'll use that first round pick to try and get that guy and hope that he can be their QB of the future. Brad, let's talk some fantasy. Let's talk some props. Let's talk some win totals for the Los Angeles Rams. I mean, what a team this is going to be in fantasy: quarterback, running backs, receivers, defense. I mean, you could go all over the board with this team. But who do you think is the best value for the Los Angeles Rams for the upcoming season?
Yeah, as a former Michigan standout, it's Blake Corum, RB34, getting around pick number 101 and 101.22 specifically in best ball drafts here conducted over this month, as a matter of fact. So you're getting considerably late in your draft and a lot of value. I'm not saying this is going to be a full-blown 50-50 timeshare, but I think at a minimum, you're looking at probably 65-35 Kyren Williams to play Gorham, if not 60-40. I think Kyren Williams will dominate much of the red zone and goal line action, but Corum is going to have his moments. And a guy only saw 33.3% of the opportunity share last year. I think it's going to be at least 40-45% this year. He averaged a robust 5.1 yards per target. Yeah, some of the advanced analytics were a little bit unsettling. 2.56 yak per attempt. That's not great. 16.4% missed tackle percentage. Also no bueno. But a guy that I think has got a great shot at, let's say, 850 rush yards, probably get you a half dozen or so touchdowns, maybe 5 or so there he'll be a borderline top 30 guy. You're getting him right now at RB 34. He's got a top 5 offensive line and, most supportive, PJ. He's got the easiest projected fantasy schedule for a running back. Him and Kyrie Williams both. Chew on that. I think Blake Corum is going to be flexy, sexy all year long in fantasy football.
There you go. All right, Brad going with Blake Corum as his guy for fantasy value. Brad, how about a little defense? I'm going to go with the Rams defense as my fantasy value play. I'm kind of mocking them right. I'm seeing them mocked right now as to be like the number 5 defense in the NFL. Certainly you got Houston up there. You got Seattle, right? Denver, those kinds of teams. Shouldn't the Rams, for a fantasy standpoint, be a top 3 defense in fantasy football? Because if this offense is going to be as lethal as they're going to be, if they're going to be favored in every game, playing with the lead, and they got Myles Garrett rushing after the passer, they revamped their secondary, they could have Aaron Donald coming back, like you said, to play. Like, that's what fantasy is. I don't care if you give up a lot of yards. I don't care if you give up a lot of points. Who are going to be the opportunistic defenses? Who are going to be the defenses getting after the quarterback, forcing fumbles, getting interceptions? And again, if you got Myles Garrett leading your defense, he was doing that for Cleveland. So imagine now what he's going to be doing for the Rams when teams are going to have to throw against him because they're trailing. I get it on paper, EPA and DVOA and all these things. Maybe they're number 5, 6 defense in football. But from a fantasy standpoint, I think this team's going to get a lot of turnovers. I think they're going to score touchdowns. They're going to be opportunistic. And because they're going to be playing with the lead so much, that's the kind of defense I want to get in fantasy. So, Brad, I kind of think there's a case to be made that they should be top 3 defense in fantasy football this year. I think there could be some good value on getting them at 5 because, as you know, we love talking about quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers. There's a lot of value in getting a good defense that gets you 10, 12 points every single week. So I think the Rams, good value there for fantasy football. What about the player prop that you love this year for the Los Angeles Rams?
I think Puka Nacua is going to lead the NFL in receiving yards this season. He could wager on that at plus 550. It's all about him staying healthy. And of course, again, the injury imp is always lurking and it can always feast on a lure appendage, some sort of flesh. And Nacua can miss significant action given his physicality. But the guy is tough as nails. He is, kind of cleaned up his off-the-field issues this season. I think it's going to propel him possibly to a career campaign. Last year, 166 targets. That's outrageous. 129 receptions, equally outrageous. Over 1,700 yards. The 10.1 targets per game. He was number 4 in air yards. He was numero uno in yards after the catch. Numero uno in yards per route run. Number 12 in contested catch rate. And when Stafford targeted him, he posted a 122.3 passer rating. Middle of the pack overall strength of schedule. My buddy Mike Clay at ESPN's got a projected 1,590 yards. I think he could actually best what he did last season, the 1,715, and he did that in 16 games. So if he plays a full complement of games, Nacua will be your league pace setter in receiving yards. And again, wager on that right now at greater than 5-1 odds.
I mean, hard to argue against Puka leading the league in receiving yards. I can't argue with that, Brad. The only thing that would concern me is there are like 8 or 9 games every year with the Rams and Nacua where he gets tackled or he falls to the ground and he's a little slow to get up. And I would just be worried for that bet because you're like, oh no, Puka, don't be hurt. Just please get up. And he walks gingerly. He's holding the arm. I can just envision it now. We all know. I mean, this is what he does. He's so physical. He's so good. He embraces so much contact that it gets him into trouble sometimes with some stingers or some pain. So like you said, if he stays healthy, that's going to be a really good bet at plus 550. Mine is going to be Kyren Williams over 9.5 rushing touchdowns at minus 125. I love everything that you said about Corum. I do think he's going to be a much bigger factor this year. He's going to be a great fantasy play, but I still think Kyren is going to be the guy in the red zone. I think he's going to be the touchdown merchant. I think he could be potentially the David Montgomery to the Jahmyr Gibbs, what we've seen in Detroit the last few years, where the young guy's starting to come in, gets more run, gets more of the play. You can kind of see that he's maybe the better back, But at the end of the day, the Rams are still rolling with the veteran. They're still rolling with the more physical guy, the short yardage guy. And again, because of how good their offense is, because of how many times opportunities they're going to have to score, I just think 9.5 is too low. So as long as Kyren stays healthy, he was on my fantasy team last year. He was great. He scored a touchdown like every game. I think he could score 12 or 13 this year if he stays healthy with the upside of the Rams offense. And I still think McVay is going to give him plenty of opportunities to find the end zone. So I'll go Kyren over 9.5 rushing touchdowns. And then, Brad, final question about the Los Angeles Rams. Their win total is set at 10.5 wins. The over is plus 115. The under is minus 135. How you've been talking about this team for the last 18 minutes, I kind of think I know what direction you're going in, but 10.5 wins, Brad. Are we bringing out any props for this one?
Oh, yes, indeed. Let's say hello to our little friend, Brado. Let's go. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Come on, baby. Yeah, we're sledgehammering the over on this. Look, the Rams. Again, I think it's entirely on the table, though it may be a somewhat infinitesimal chance, but they can run the table in the regular season. They can run the table all the way through the Super Bowl in their own house. I believe in this team. Let me give you some more reasons to back it up. Mike Lady ESPN's got it projected to have the number 1 overall offensive unit and the number 1 overall defensive unit. I know the schedule is tough, the third most difficult in the entirety of the NFL. But Clay also projects them to win 13.3 games this season, gives them a 61% or greater win probability in every single regular season contest. All I need is 11 wins. The Rams are going to best that by 2 to 3, if not a dozen more, it seems like. I think they're going to win 15 games this year, PJ. Put it on the record right now. That's how damn good the Rams are going to be. I will invest heavily in the alt market and do it with supreme confidence.
So, Brad, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I also like the over. My only question would be, does it make you a little nervous that it feels this easy? Like 11-6 is what they're asking you for the Rams. And it's plus money. It's plus money for the Rams to win 11 games.
It is.
Does it, I mean, there's got to be a part of you that makes you a little nervous that it's like, why does Vegas think this team's going 10-7? With all that talent, 10-7, they're thinking is what the Rams are going to go. I know you love the over. You obviously gave us the sledgehammer, but is there a little part of you that's like, why is this line so fishy?
Yeah, every single day I wake up, and a little part of me, no matter how confident I am about a certain wager or perspective, there's a sense of doubt that does creep in. But I understand why the odds makers are able to bake in this number, because they're looking at the strength of schedule. Again, I've laid it out, the third toughest in the NFL. And when you, look through that lens, you're like, okay, this team could easily lose 5-6 games. 10.5 seems like a good number. That's what the algorithm says. That's what all the fancy computer says. Oh, that's what the AI says. Let's go ahead and set that line. You can still take advantage. This is a value. Again, I'm on record. Rams win 15 games this year. Book it.
The reason I like it too is because they can withstand injuries, right? If Stafford goes down, now obviously you can't, but like what good team can withstand their superstar quarterback going down? If Myles Garrett goes down, not ideal, but they're still really good on defense. Puka goes down, not ideal, but you still got Stafford, McVay, and plenty of weapons. So that's what I look for, Brad, with these high win totals. You know injuries are going to pop up. Can teams withstand that as long as they're not missing their quarterback? And I think the answer with the Rams, even with that tough schedule, is yes. So like you, I'm on the over 10.5 wins at plus 115. Real good conversation there on the Los Angeles Rams. We're going to continue talking NFL when we come back. BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. One of our favorite games, the 20-0 NFL game. Give us a call if you want to talk the Los Angeles Rams, maybe another team in the NFL. 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. We'll be right back.
scouting reporting that I've seen on Sorsby is, hey, very good, excellent arm talent, maybe not elite, but excellent arm talent. But sometimes it also leads him to believe in his arm a little too much and try to write checks that perhaps he can't cash and make poor decisions. It reminds me a lot, to be honest, and I don't say this just as a Steelers fan, but it reminds me a lot of some of the stuff we saw from Ben Roethlisberger early in his career. I know we're going way back 20 years now, but hey, I'm athletic. I can make things happen when I'm on the move, and because of my arm strength, I'm going to make some dumb decisions at times.
Yeah, and he actually plays, I remember those Big Ben days quite well. He plays more instruction than Ben did coming out of Miami, but also played at a program that was playing a little tougher schedule. Now, you can argue, and Bruce Feldman talked about this in The Athletic, he wrote about a couple weeks ago, Sorsby's 1-11 in November games the last 2 or 3 years, I think. Not entirely his fault, and when you watch those games from those November outings, it wasn't like he completely and wholly tanked. He had drops he dealt with. The offensive line struggled at times. They were playing better competition. But in terms of who he is, you sort of touched it. He's 6'3", 230. He is fantastic in space with his legs, but he's not a quarterback, sort of like Big Ben did early on in his Steelers career, looking to run if the first read isn't there. He throws a fantastic deep ball, and he's incredibly efficient throwing the deep ball. That is something that sticks out because a lot of times guys can chuck it, but they struggle with the accuracy. He's not elite when it comes through getting through his reads on time, but his ability to create out of structure is what compensates for that. And, Big Ben's a great comp. One that I kept thinking about was, sort of if Josh Allen had a little brother, because he's not 6'5", 240. He is 6'3", 230, and he can absolutely run and has a big arm. And I do think he's 22, 23 years old, so he's played some ball, unlike Ty Simpson, who was 23 and only played 15 games. He would have been QB2 in last year's draft class from 2 months ago. And I think he actually, on the field, has a chance to get a lot better. Again, sort of the ghost of Josh Allen's younger brother, if you will. And that, more than anything, and we know this, Chris, that will determine how much owners will buy into the idea of giving up draft capital for Brendan Sorsby when this happens.
There's another one I didn't mention because I'm out on them this year. That's the Chiefs. I'm not saying they have another 6-win season for sure. I'm just saying I wouldn't be shocked by it. Denver and LA are both better than them. Mahomes is going to have rust. I'm sorry. People don't take into enough account how hard it is to not just come back from a catastrophic injury and get on the field, which it looks increasingly like Mahomes will be able to do by week 1. And who says he doesn't? But to come back and actually play like yourself again. I know I've used this comparison before. I will use it again. Aiden Hutchinson, I think, is a great comparison. When he came back from the broken leg, yes, he got back on the field, but I'd say for 2 months, 6 to 8 weeks, he didn't really look like himself. It happens all the time. Guys have a major injury, in not just football either, in a lot of major sports. You have a major injury that keeps you out for at least a year, if not close to a year. When you come back, the first couple of months, first few weeks at the very least, but first couple of months more often than not, you're back on the field and you're doing your damnedest, but you simply do not look like yourself. And I think that's going to be what we get from Mahomes. Kelsey's a year older. Another team that didn't do nearly enough, if anything, really, to address the receiving room. I think the Chiefs are in a bad spot going into this year, to be honest.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
And welcome back. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM Tonight here, Westwood One Sports. Kansas City Royals have been good to the show tonight. Bobby Witt Jr., Salvador Perez, both with base hits. Good start for going streaking. We're rooting home Jordan Walker and Miguel Vargas as the other two legs of our 4-leg parlay. Plus 239 tonight for all four of those guys. To get a base hit, we're off to a good start. So we'll be monitoring that throughout the show. We continue talking NFL, though, and playing one of the fun games. It's surfacing online right now, the 20-0 NFL game. Our guy Monty has got it up on his screen, and we're going to try and build a 20-0 caliber NFL team. So let's see if we have had any luck. Brad, have you guys been able to do this before on the show? Have you had a 20-0 team so far?
No, yeah, we did quite well. I think for the first one, I think we went 17-3, Brando. Is that correct? The only time we've done 20-0, at least when I've been on the show. We've done some of the other sports, but it was 17-3. Yeah.
Yeah, and then me, Pat, and Monty and Kate last week went 20-0.
Wow.
Oh, no pressure then, PJ.
Gonna say, I mean, not even a 19-1. Okay, then. Well, here goes nothing then. Let's try and get 20-0. Awesome. All right, so there you go. For those of you watching on Twitch and are watching the show, for those listening on the Odyssey app or listening on the radio, we're playing the game on the screen. Our great video producer Monty's got it ready to go. So here we go, Brad. Let's try and build a 20-0 team as our first spin is up with Arizona in the year 2021 to 2025. Not great.
No, not great at all. I mean, our options are Jacoby Brissett, no. Kyler Murray had some sensational fantasy seasons, but really kind of tailed off toward the end of that tenure. Then we've got Chase Edmonds, James Conner, pass and pass. AJ Green, Christian Kirk, DeAndre. God bless America.
Right,
you know what? Trey McBride.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Trey McBride.
Yes. That's an
pick.
Outstanding pick. Absolutely is our
Brandon,
pick.
You're with me, right?
100%.
Yeah, just when you think you're dead, you pull it out of right out of there. Trey McBride, tight end, is the only answer on this team.
And it's a great call.
It's a good one.
I was like, you know what? We might need to spin again, but those tight ends are tough to fill. So, Brad, great call. Trey McBride. We're actually off to a great start. I like it. Trey McBride, beautiful. Monty, what do we got next?
All right, here we go. Ooh.
Oh, we got greatest show on turf, Brad. 99 to 2005. We should have some good options here. Kurt Warner. Now that's a solid look.
Torrey Holt.
Quarterback. Torrey Holt. We should have some Marshall Faulk. There he is.
Marshall Faulk?
All right. Okay.
Oh, dude,
decent.
Marshall Faulk may be the pick because the receptions are the differentiator with him. Just downright ridiculous what he was able to do. I mean, you see the stat line for those of you who are watching the YouTube feed right now. The rushing data was there, but the receptions really put him over the top. That might be my vote, but Kurt Warner is also tough to pass up.
Could be the leader. Yep. Monty, let's see the receivers because we know we got some good ones with Isaac Bruce. Pretty good. 69 receptions, 11 touchdowns. Torrey Holt. That's a good,
ridiculous.
That's a good one too, Brad.
Here's my question. At quarterback, are you going to find another quarterback who averaged more than 4,000 yards passing per season?
I think so because in these later seasons,
38 touchdowns, 4,038, and only 11 interceptions.
The beauty of
this
this
team
team
is
is
think of. The only one I can think of that might order that might be if you get Aaron Rodgers 2010 to 2015. Might be the only
or a modern day
one.
quarterback like a Joe Burrow type,
Yes,
or
exactly.
Patrick Mahomes. You know, he had a 50 touchdown season. I mean, those are the guys that you're kind of banking on. Marshall Faulk it's like basically him or Christian McCaffrey. Those are your two like best options imaginable in my mind.
Yeah.
So my vote is Faulk.
I think that's fair. I'm really intrigued. I got to say, I'm really intrigued by Torrey Holt. I mean, those are some big numbers.
Don't
1,700 yards, 12 touchdowns. Like, I don't know. That's the thing. I mean, Falk with the all-purpose. Look, the beauty of this is there's no wrong answer. We obviously just hope that whatever guy we go with, we get a great position for the other one. Obviously, that's the whole part of the game. So Brad's vote is for Falk. I'll go devil's advocate and go for Holt. Brando, what's your pick? What's your tiebreaker? Or are you going with Kurt Warner?
He's going to say Kurt Warner.
Yeah. I mean, because I mean, look, this is you guys are building the team and trying to go 20-0. If I was going between Falk or Torrey Holt, man, there've been so. I mean, look, you could get. There is a few more running backs that you could get that average probably somewhere around those same numbers as Marshall Falk, and there's very few wide receivers that are going to average 117 catches and 6. I mean, that's a lot of catches, man, and a lot of yards.
So,
go ahead, Monty.
Distinction I want to make: it's not the average; it's the player's best season in that era. So this is Marshall Falk's 2001 season, where he had almost 2,000 total yards and over 20 total touchdowns. So for quarterback, we could definitely potentially get somebody that had a 50 touchdown season. So I would say it's between Falk or Torrey Holt as well.
Yeah.
You know what, though, Brad? I don't know if you're going to find many receivers with more than 117. Again, in this modern day NFL, like you could get a Michael Thomas or an Antonio Brown. I mean, there have been some. Like it's
you get
tough,
like
man.
Randy Moss with the Pats.
You could. It's tough. Yeah. Are we? You know what? Another reason I kind of like Falk too. I wonder in the game if like name brand almost helps a little bit, right? Like a guy like Falk, obviously. I mean, I think as far as like recognition, he's more so with running backs than Holt is with wide receivers. So I'm good with Falk, Monty. We can roll with that.
All right, there it is. Tiebreaker done. Marshall Falk, book it. Let's go.
Whew. All right, Detroit. Oh my God, are we gonna get Calvin 2016? And we got Stafford too. So we got Detroit 2016 to 2020. So
yeah. Go down the wide receiver because we don't care about
is
the
that the year
backs.
Calvin Johnson set the receiving record?
No, because I think it was earlier.
It was earlier.
Yeah, he went on that team.
We got Marvin, Galladay, and Golden Tate. What were Stafford's numbers again, Monty? What did he do?
They weren't exceptional.
No, Hawkin from okay. He's got those 4,000 yards. All right, Brad. I mean, do we use one of our spins? Do we do a different team?
I would.
Era? Yeah.
I would do a different team for the era.
I agree. So all right, Monty, so let's do a different.
It's not like the NBA one where it's one of each. So we're picking 6 offense and 6 defense. So we get 1 respin on offense and 1 respin on defense. So this would be our 1 offensive respin. But I think it's a good call because none of these guys are really worth it, in my opinion.
Unless there's a defensive player that we're not looking at that was on the field in eternity.
We're forced to pick offense for the first 6 picks.
Okay. All right, we got to respin. Let's go.
Yeah, let's spin. Yep, I like the spin. Be something good. Washington 06 to 2010. Okay, Portis not terrible.
It could be a flex option.
Not terrible. Santana Moss.
Receivers.
Cool.
Santana Moss, decent. We already got a tight end.
I think we got to go Portis and just put him in the flex, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because he had a downright ridiculous season under Saunders, who was the OC.
All right, yeah. Portis not terrible. All right, next one. Let's see what we got. Oh, back to the Commanders. Theismann, pretty good. Ooh, is this Art Monk territory? Maybe we can get a good receiver.
It could be.
Riggins.
In this
era.
There
he is. With the 24 touchdowns for Riggins.
For Riggins is kind of tough to pass up, but we have 2 running backs. So
what's Art Monk just for?
Art Monk had damn good numbers, man. 106 catches, over 1,300 yards, only 7 touchdowns. Not too shabby, PJ.
It's not, Brad. This is tough. Those 24 touchdowns though for Riggins, man. I mean, that is like
yeah, but we already got our 2 running backs, so.
You can go 1 more in the flex, I think, but then we'll just have to roll the dice. We got to either go.
Yep,
Okay,
we
so
have two
yeah, let's roll the
flexes,
dice.
so
I
we
said
could
we
do
go
three
Riggins.
RBs.
Let's go Riggins.
I agree.
For a
I agree.
little nugget here, when we went 20-0 with Kate and Pat last week, we had 3 running backs. So
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
We got 3 outstanding backs, so let's go Riggins.
Love it. All right. Give us a good
And pray.
quarterback or receiver. All right. So probably okay. Purdy's got decent.
Purdy's
numbers.
not bad. Debo's not bad either.
With the rushing.
That's peak Debo. San Francisco 2021 to 2025 is the parameters here, folks. It might be Debo because he's got the rushing stats
I agree.
too.
He does, and I feel like you're definitely we have a better chance of getting a better QB with more teams than we do with wide receivers, I would say.
Yeah, I probably go Debo. I mean, it'd been great to have CMC, but we got running back in a flex filled, so.
Yep.
he's got
Debo.
8
All right.
rushing touchdowns too, so 14 total touchdowns for Debo that year.
Book it. Debo. Done.
Let's do it. All right. Give us of course. They gave us
Oh,
the Jets.
God. The Jets.
Well, we got to take
2021 to 2025, folks.
Give me Justin Fields every day.
Aaron Rodgers.
Just
Jets.
kidding.
No, not for the
Yeah.
numbers. All right. Well, that was unfortunate. But
what
you know
about Garrett
what?
Wilson?
It was. Well, we have to take quarterback, unfortunately.
Do we have to go quarterback? Because we got
quarterback's your only position
receivers?
left on offense.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Well, it's Aaron
Only
Rodgers.
position. Yeah, but you know what? I
All
think
right.
we went better. It might be better to have Rodgers with Debo than it would be to have Purdy with Wilson, I think, from a numbers standpoint, maybe.
Yeah,
I think
that makes sense. Because the rushing
So-
TDs that Debo has.
I'm just saying it would have been better to
All
have Kurt Warner with Garrett Wilson. Just throwing it out there.
All right. Now, hindsight's 2020 next.
Yeah. All right, Rodgers. So let's do that. All right, let's actually take a break, Brad. Let's go to commercial. So we got our offense set. We'll come back and we'll do the defense to wrap up the final hour. So once again, our offense was, so Monty might have to read it since he took it off the screen. So I don't remember. It was Rodgers, Falk, Riggins, and then what were the other guys on our team?
Clinton Portis, Debo Samuel, and Trey McBride with his amazing touchdowns last year.
Yeah.
That's
Not
right.
bad.
There you go. Brad, not bad. We're pretty good. All right, so that's the offense. We'll come back to the defense here. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
I'm going to ask you, how deep do you think this U.S. men's national team can go
Semifinals.
in this World Cup? Semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's all there, man. I do. You look at some of the other runs that, and history will tell you this. South Korea, for example, when they hosted, and that sea of red, it was amazing. It was that we tied them, and they ended up going to a semifinal that year. And they got some luck. They had some good fortune, and they had some referee calls that went their way. But that's what a World Cup is. You have to be good, right? You have to be talented. You have to get some good fortune. You have to have some little bit of luck, and you got to be there. My dad used to say that, and I never knew what it meant. But you got to be there. You got to in the moment and ready for the moment. You got to be prepared to play. This team is we like to say checking all those boxes, but man, this team is well prepared. If they get a little good fortune and they force the issue, right? If they're ruthless, they can make something special happen. Like I said, I got to see him in Chicago, and they asked, you have any advice for the guys? And because there's always these comparisons to our generation and other generations, and is this the best team we've ever had? And the only advice I told him was, I said, man, just pay attention to the last verse of our anthem. That's the best advice anybody can ever give you. Home of the brave. Be brave. You want to impress us? Be brave. You're talented enough. So just don't back out of this. Seize the moment and go. And if they're brave and if they have courage to play up to their talent level, I mean, sky's the limit. I still think they're going to semifinals. I said that from the beginning, man. I've been killed for that, especially with some of the results they had coming in. But this team's talented enough, and that 12th man factor will factor in. You watch. It's going to get good. It's going to be a great World Cup.
If you're one of those teams with draft capital to move, and maybe you're sitting, I don't know, anywhere. You can be anywhere in the draft. And you look at yourself as a Jaylen Brown away from a run to a title, taking that next step. You're on the phone with Milwaukee right now. And Brad Stevens in Boston. Hey, what do we got to do to make this 3-team deal work? Because the other interesting part of what Brian Geltzeiler gave us the other day when he was on the show was that's how this works if it works between Milwaukee and Boston, is there's a third team in the mix. A team that you can spin Jaylen Brown off to if you're Milwaukee. And now you're getting just an absolute haul from two teams, because you're dealing Antetokounmpo to Boston. Here you go. Here's a boatload of things. And you're also effectively dealing Jaylen Brown to Team 3. Here's a haul of things. Somebody, if that 3-team deal ends up going down between Milwaukee, Boston, and whoever, is going to get an absolute haul.
Goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. We are at halftime of our 20-0 NFL game. As we have selected our offense, time to come out of the tunnel, Brad, and select our defense. Feel like we're off to a pretty good start. We got Marshall Faulk, John Riggins, Clinton Portis as our running backs. We have Trey McBride as our tight end. Aaron Rodgers is our quarterback. And I'm trying to remember who our wide receiver is. Monty, who is our wide receiver, please? I can't remember.
Deebo Samuel at his best.
There you go. Deebo. Pretty good. All right, so now we go to the defensive side of the ball, and we start with the Lions in 2021 and 2025. And
Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson immediately.
Feels like a good start with him as a defensive end.
It's pretty easy to find guys. Like, I would maybe go Jack Campbell, 174 tackles. There's a ton of edge rushers, and you can always get guys with like 15, 16, 17, 18, even 20 sacks.
It's a good call. That is a lot of tackles, 174.
Yeah, because again, remember, those were some very bad defenses for the Detroit Lions in the early part of that era. So those guys were on the field exhaustively on a per week basis. So I agree with Monty. I think it's Jack Campbell.
Agreed. Yep. Let's go with Jack Campbell.
Go
Brian
Campbell.
Branch. Brian, yeah. All right, let's go Campbell. Let's do that. All right, Brian Campbell. Ooh, now we go with the Eagles.
2021 to 2025.
Son Reddick's interesting. Yeah, we should have like Fletcher Cox or Jordan Davis could be interesting. John Hargrave. That's pretty good for a defensive tackle. 11. Let's see. Linebackers. Yeah, no really great linebackers. So that was a good move with Campbell so far.
What about
Jackson.
DBs?
Yeah. Darius Slay.
Probably want Cooper DeJean right
I might
here,
go,
kind of the GOAT.
Yeah, well, of course. Iowa proud wants to go Cooper DeJean. That's not a bad call. Gardner Johnson isn't a bad call either. I might go defensive tackle.
I was thinking that too.
I think that's probably the more attractive option. Hargrave, right?
Hargrave.
Yeah.
Yeah, double-digit sacks.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that's good. I like that.
Yeah, let's do
All right,
it.
let's roll with that. Next up, Denver
2006 to 2010.
All right, so you got Elms Doomerville. Pretty good. 16.5 sacks.
Yeah.
The tackle
What's
we
that
already
defensive
have.
backfield like then?
Oh, might have Champ Bailey. Yeah.
Champ.
Yeah. 10
Peak Champ,
interceptions.
too.
Yeah.
Look at Champ.
Yeah, there it is.
Champ it is.
Good one. All right. The Raiders.
Ooh, Vegas.
All right. Maybe Charles
Raiders
Woodson
2006 to 2010. Oh, that would be sexy.
Yeah.
Warren
Richard
Sapp.
Seymour, defensive tackle.
Yeah. We only got 5.
Yeah, but that's not the greatest. What's the safety looking at like in that era? Oh, awesome.
Awesome one's got potential.
And that was at his peak.
Right.
Which is
so
really, really good.
So do we shuffle or do we go with Nomney as our flex? Because I think you should go with the flex like as a pass rusher. I feel like having like big sack guys would probably bring up the team. So I kind of think
wait a minute. We haven't filled safety yet though.
No.
And I think Asamoah qualifies as safety, right? Or is he a corner?
Just corner,
he's a corner.
Saying. Yeah. I kind of think we might shuffle, Brad, honestly.
Okay, shuffle. Let's do it. Bears 99 2005.
Oh, maybe we get Urlacher as our flex with a boatload of tackles. 134.
Yep, there he is.
Briggs. Oh, we can get Charles. Oh, Tillman's a corner.
Oh, Peanut Tillman. Oh, look at that. Peanut Tillman.
Safety.
All right.
Mike Brown at
Urlacher
safety,
and
too.
Peanut. Yeah, Brown's not bad. I go either Peanut or Urlacher. I like Urlacher because the amount of tackles he had were off the charts.
We can do that. Yeah, I'm good with Urlacher as our flex. Let's roll.
Carolina 2011
and
and 2015.
Kuechly. Oh, if this is Kuechly, this would stink. But maybe this is Julius Peppers. No, it's not. Oh, if Kuechly has like a boatload of tackles, that would blow. 151. Yeah,
it was
pretty
about
good.
the same as Urlacher.
Yeah. All right. What about safety? Oh, yeah. Kirk Coleman, I guess, is our. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, Kirk
7
Coleman.
picks.
Book it.
85. Yeah, let's do that one, Monty.
Yep, let's do
Kirk
it.
Coleman.
It's either that. We still need an edge, so Greg Hardy would probably be the other option. So safety or edge.
I think Coleman, I would say, and we just roll the dice that whatever team we get, hopefully somebody had a good edge. So let's do that.
Yep. Let's do it. Here we go. Giants 2011 to 2015.
See, Tuck, OC, man, Strahan, nothing. That was too late.
Yeah.
Oh, we just missed on some good Giant years. That Strahan sack year would have been unreal.
I think we got to go Tuck then, right?
Yeah, gotta go Tuck. He's the best one. All right, my guess, Brad.
Right.
I think this team's gonna be. I was gonna say 17-3. Was gonna
17-3.
Okay,
Not terrible. Not terrible.
not
20
terrible.
though.
A minus. They classify our team as dangerous. I like it. All right, Brad. That was a fun.
I think the problem was Aaron
3
Rodgers.
hours. Yeah,
That was indeed. Aaron Rodgers drags down another franchise. That was the Jets version of Rodgers, folks, not the Packers or the Steelers.
Nope. All right, Brad is exiting stage left. I'll be on for the next 2 hours. Brad, always fun seeing you, my friend. Good luck to Jordan Walker the rest of the night.
Yeah, quit striking out. Adios, amigo.
There you go. More BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports coming up next.
See you, Brad. See ya.
If you're Team USA, you'd obviously love to have Pulisic out on the pitch. I just called it a pitch instead of a field. That shows that I know something about soccer. Don't come at me, bro. You'd love to have Pulisic out there, obviously. But do you need him out there tomorrow afternoon? You had the most impressive win of the first week of the World Cup, in my opinion. You could maybe argue that England's win yesterday was close to that impressive. But when you stack it up with the opponent and how they won, Team USA's win last weekend was the most impressive win from the first week of the World Cup, in my opinion. That's not just me being a patriotic homer. And another win basically locks up a trip to the round of 32. So do you need to push Pulisic tomorrow afternoon against Australia?
That's what I was going to
Or
say.
do you say,
We
you
can
know
play
what,
82
we're
and
going to
0,
hold off. We're going to
play
give it more
sports
time to
trio,
calm
we can say
down.
whatever.
We're going to make sure he's ready for the final game of group play against Turkey. And if the worst that
Haven't
happens
played
is
in
we
weeks.
draw Australia, and then we've got to get another point against Turkey to ensure that we're through to the round of 32, then so be it. I think given this American team's depth that we've heard so much about in the run-up to and the start of the World Cup, you have to be willing, if Pulisic isn't 100%, to not push him tomorrow afternoon against Australia.
I think I'd rather be in Spain.
Of the 5 teams that I think most people are talking about as teams that will return to the playoffs this year after missing them last year, the team I have at the bottom of the list of those 5 is the Baltimore Ravens. Oh, he's just being a dumb Steelers fan. I knew he'd do that. No. I have serious questions about the Ravens. I know I've mentioned it before. There's no reason to expect Derrick Henry to break down all of a sudden. And I'm not saying he will, but at a certain point, he's going to hit the cliff. And the older he gets, the more likely it becomes. The offensive line has 4 dudes who literally, 3 of them will be driving Amazon vans in September rather than playing football. battling for the starting center spot. They didn't do, I shouldn't say anything. They drafted Surratt out of Indiana. But they really didn't do much to address their wide receiver depth. And in my opinion, they didn't do enough on defense either.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
3 hours down, 2 to go here. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser with you, filling in for Pat Boyle. Give me a call if you guys are hanging out, listening to the show. Love to chop it up with you. Talk whatever you want. 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. Join us here on BetMGM Tonight. To any of you watching, listening on YouTube, on Twitch, Odyssey app, across the radio stations, whatever it may be, just fire it away on both teams to score and to draw. Little plus 274 parlay in Mexico, South Korea. So we got that game going on, final 2 hours of the show. Should be a good one. I was impressed with South Korea, what they did in their first match against Czechia and Mexico, playing on their home soil in front of all those fans. It'll be a raucous environment. My guy Joe Malfa going to join me in about an hour and a half, and we're going to talk some World Cup. Joe, play-by-play for ESPN, calls MLS, NWSL games. He love talking soccer with Joe, so he will join me later on in the show. We'll also do some hot and cold. We'll play some more games, have some fun as well. And as we watch the World Cup, we got the U.S. coming up tomorrow against Australia. Got a great promo to tell you about from our friends at BetMGM. When the U.S. scores, you score too. Win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. You place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World Cup game match in which the U.S. is playing and apply your goal rush token. You want to share $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. The bonus bets will be split among all eligible winners after the match. Can't wait for that game tomorrow. I think we're all super excited, and I can't wait to talk to Joe about that game. You know, we kind of have heard it in the last couple major tournaments for this U.S. team where they got all this talent, all their players play all over Europe, like they should be more competitive against all these soccer powerhouses. But Mauricio Pochettino in his first game, I mean, how good did that offense look? Flo Balogun, Gio Reyna. The Pulisic injury is a big deal, and we haven't heard much. Kind of some rumblings I've been seeing on Twitter is that it's not looking optimistic for tomorrow. And the fact that they did win that game against Paraguay, they got 3 points. They gave themselves a little cushion. They're big favorites. They're favorites against Australia. They'll be big favorites in their last match as well against Turkey. Maybe they play it safe with Pulisic because they're certainly not winning anything of significance without him. So if he plays tomorrow, if he doesn't, I kind of just am excited to see what the encore performance is. They could not have played any better in that first match. And the expectations now have gone from, kind of, okay, like maybe this team can make the round of 16, quarterfinals will be the dream, to now can they make the semifinals? So it's fun to overreact in just one game. It's obviously awesome that the World Cup is in the United States. So we get a chance to watch this team and root them on. That'll be a fun game tomorrow against Australia, and we'll talk that with Joe Malfa coming up next hour. One of the other major sporting events we got going on right now, College World Series. Game 1 of the championship series between North Carolina and Oklahoma will take place on Saturday. They'll play a best of 3. So game 1 Saturday, game 2 Sunday, and game 3 will be on Monday. And I was in Omaha this past week. First time ever going to Nebraska. So let alone first time going to the College World Series. And it was awesome. And I think like many of us who are big sports fans that want to get to all these places, all this championship series, College World Series was super cool. And I knew it would be because it's so great to have an event, especially when you go to the early rounds, where you have 8 different fan bases there. And the fact that all 8 teams that were in the College World Series this year had not made it the prior year, you knew a lot of those teams were going to get great representation. West Virginia had never been to the College World Series. Their fan base was out of control. So many West Virginia fans. Alabama hadn't been there since 1997. Troy was in the College World Series. Even some of these big programs like Texas or Georgia, they hadn't been there in a few years. So it was great to have all these big schools and all these schools that hadn't been to Omaha in a few years out there. And the fact that you had the NBA Finals going on, the fact that you had the World Cup going on. So the bar scenes around the stadium were incredible. That's what we did on Saturday night was we went to the early game, or Friday night. We went to the early game. And then the late game, we ended up watching the U.S. at the bar with the nightcap game, which was, I'm trying to remember what it was, North Carolina versus somebody, whoever it was. North Carolina ended up playing in the first game. But it was a lot of fun. And all those bars, the Rocco's bar with the Jell-O shots is super cool. Big Jell-O shots, by the way. And I like Jell-O shots, I mean, they're not like my favorite drink, but they have these fruit punch Jell-O shots. I just kept going back to the well. And what's great is for these big sporting events, when you're there at night and you're hanging out watching all these games, there'll just be people that buy 25, 30 Jell-O shots, and they'll just come around and they'll give them to you for free. So you don't even have to buy them. So it's fantastic. Omaha's a city, though. Pretty cool. I love when an airport is near a major city. There aren't many things that I love more than that. Denver, my biggest gripe with them, I mean, their airport's in the middle of absolutely nowhere. It's like 30 minutes away from downtown. O'Hare, same thing. I know Midway is in the city, but obviously I'm doing, show with Monty and Brandon. These guys know Chicago. O'Hare is like 30, 40 minutes north of downtown. It's crazy. Omaha, you get off the airport, the stadium's like 5 minutes away. So what's cool is that the airport's actually in Iowa. So you're in Iowa, and then you cross over into Nebraska, and then you're back into Iowa, and then you're back into Nebraska. So I'd never been to Iowa either. Got to cross off that state, which was pretty cool. But it was an awesome time, man. Those nighttime games, those games under the lights, North Carolina beat Ole Miss. That's who it was. The day games are great. They're a lot of fun. You're out there in the sun. Like, it's great to see all those people out there for a 1:00 Central Time game. It's the first game of the World Series. People are fired up, but you're battling the sun. It's hot, and a lot of people aren't in their seats. They're kind of they're in the concessions. They're watching under overhangs, and they're kind of standing up above the people that are in the lower bowl trying to watch the game instead of being in the burning sun. But those primetime games, those 7 Central, 6 Central games, when the sun starts to come down, it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty awesome. I mean, there's just like playoff baseball is elite. So when you get it like that in that type of setting, it's pretty cool. So I enjoyed that. Also, I ran into 2 people when I was out in Omaha. I go to get my rental car, and I'm at the rental car place, and I turn next to me, and who do I see but Taylor Twellman. So shout out to Taylor, who, of course, does covers soccer for ESPN. He's on with like Scott Van Pelt every single night. I look at him and I go, "What's up? What's going on, Taylor Twellman?" And he's like, "How you doing, buddy?" He was there speaking at Creighton, and then he was heading to Guadalajara to call the World Cup match. So that was pretty cool. And then I'm heading back to DC from Omaha. I have a layover in Charlotte, and I'm at one of the airport bars having a beer, watching game 5 of the NBA Finals and the World Cup games. This guy comes down to sit next to me. And, we're talking about the game and we're starting to have a conversation with one another. And I go, "Oh, so what do you do?" And he's like, I'm a volleyball coach. And I said, "Oh, who are you a volleyball coach for?" He said, Florida. I said, "You're a volleyball coach for the Florida Gators?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Wow, well, that's pretty cool." So after we were done talking, I was walking back to my gate. I Googled him. It was the head coach of the women's volleyball team at the University of Florida. So shout out to Coach Ryan, who had told me that he had been to all 50 states, over 200 colleges, and wanted to enjoy a beer in every state. And he had had a beer in 49 of the 50 states. So that was pretty cool, pretty random to run into the Florida women's volleyball coach, which was awesome. But he was a super great guy. Obviously, I'm a Bama grad. I root for the Tide, but I will be pulling for Florida as my second team in women's volleyball. So I hope Ryan and the team have a great upcoming season. But yeah, 2 great run-ins with Taylor Twellman and then Ryan as well. You just never know who you're going to run into. And then I got in to Omaha on Wednesday, and the stuff really doesn't start until Thursday. Like the Jello shots at Rocco's start later in the day on Wednesday. Thursday, the day before the tournament starts on Friday, they have open practice, which is very cool. So all 8 teams go to the stadium. They take pictures and they're out on the field for like an hour, and it's totally free. So you don't have to have a ticket to any of the games. If you're just in the area, you want to check out the stadium, want to check out the teams, you can just go into the ballpark. And it starts at 8 a.m. and it ends at like 4 p.m., I believe. And every team is out there for an hour. Very cool. You walk around the stadium. And it's something else I had no idea about the College World Series. And this is why I love going to this stuff, because you don't know unless you're on TV. They have a fan fest and they have like a village ballpark area. So right outside the stadium, they have all these different merch tents where you can buy all sorts of gear. And then, they have face painting and they have a bunch of different games that you can play and all those types of stuff. Outdoor bars, watch parties, all right there in the parking lot right next to it. Had no idea, but they built a great little atmosphere for themselves. They got a ton of good bars downtown, some restaurants. So I like downtown Omaha. It was a great spot. And can I tell you guys another thing? For those of you listening in major cities, man, there's no traffic in Nebraska, and it is spectacular. A drive that would have that would have probably had me take 30, 40 minutes, if I was driving in DC, it was like 7 minutes, 10 minutes in Nebraska. There's no traffic. It's got to be a glorious way of life out there. So that was fantastic. On Wednesday, took a rental car, and I went to the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. I'm trying to get to as many colleges as I can. I'm at like 55 right now. So I got to see the University of Creighton in Omaha, which was very nice. Downtown campus. It's like, you drive in, the ballpark is right there. The basketball arena is attached to the convention center. It's right there. And then maybe like 4 or 5 blocks behind it is the campus of the University of Creighton. So that was cool. Then I drive an hour to Lincoln, Nebraska. And this might be a hot take because I've been to, again, like 55 Division I colleges. That was like my 10th Big Ten school. I've been to more than half of the SEC schools. I've been to some of the Big 12 schools, all these sorts of things. I really believe from the outside, because I haven't been inside the football stadium, the basketball stadium. I did go inside the baseball. I think from the outside, Nebraska might have the best collection of stadiums of the big 3. I would put their big 3 of basketball, football, and baseball from the outside against any other college campus that I've been to. The football stadium from the outside looks beautiful. I know it's old. I know it's run down from the inside, and it's a pain from people that I talk to and could be difficult to get around. From the outside, though, looks unbelievable. The basketball arena looks like a mini NBA arena right off the side of the road. They got like this glass, and it feels like an NBA arena. It obviously doesn't sit as many people as, a traditional NBA arena was, but it looks like it from the outside. And then I had never really seen this at a college campus, but kind of right off the road, they call it Haymarket Place, and it's baseball and softball right next to each other. and their baseball stadium looked like it could be like a double A park or a single A park. It was really nice. I was very impressed with the facilities in Nebraska from the outside. What's very cool too is when you drive off from the main road, you take a turn to go towards the campus, and as you're driving up that main road, the stadiums start to pop up in the background. And you got football on the left, you got basketball on the right, and I'm like, this is pretty cool. So I was a fan of the University of Nebraska of Lincoln. I also totally forgot that it was the state capital of Nebraska. So I'm walking around the campus, I turn around, and I see the state capitol building. And there it is, right there, out in the distance. So crossed off another state capitol, which was very cool. But I had a great time, and recommend anybody that ever wants to make the trip to the College World Series. I would try and go for definitely at least 2 days, but maybe even 3. So I would try and see every team play at least once. I'd go to that first game on Friday when you have a game in the afternoon, game at night. I'd go on Saturday, game in the afternoon, game at night. And then I try and go Sunday as well, if you can, to see every team play, to experience all the fan bases, to see what it's like during the day, see what it's like during the night, compare each day to one another. But it's an awesome event. And I've been fortunate enough now to where I've crossed off the big 4 in men's college sports. I've been to a national championship in college football. I've been to the Rose Bowl. I've been to the Final Four. And I've been to the College World Series. I got to tell you guys, College World Series, number 2. It's number 2 for me. It really is. And anybody that knows me knows I love college basketball. I put the Final Four 3. Rose Bowl would be 1. College World Series would be 2. Final Four would be 3. National championship for college football would be 4. The Rose Bowl is, for people that haven't been, it's what people say it is, right? You see it on TV every year. You see the overhead shots. You see the beauty, the scenery. It's unbelievable when you pop up to that stadium and it's just in the mountains. It's unlike anything. Like all these football stadiums, right? They're on campuses. They're in downtown. They're in these secluded areas, like whatever it may be. This one is just in the mountains. Like it's nuts. And then the stadium itself, like, is a dump. It's old, it's run down, but the field is just so pristine. The area around it, the way that they have like certain areas where fans can hang out is pretty cool, but it's the setting is what it is, man. And when the sun goes down in the fourth quarter, just can't beat it. Rose Bowl 1, College World Series, guys, telling you, awesome. Number 2. Final Four for me is going to be 3 because, like, why are we playing basketball in a football stadium? I truly believe the Elite 8 is the best game to go to in the NCAA tournament because you get a great game in an NBA arena. You get, like, I went to Duke and UConn this year in DC, and I got fortunate with one of the all-time endings ever. But even if I didn't, like, it's just awesome to be in the building for that environment where you get 2 great fan bases, 2 great teams, and you don't have to watch it from all the way up in row 725. You know what I mean? Like section 725. You get to watch it in an NBA arena. So Final Four 3. And then I went to Alabama. I was spoiled when I was there for the heyday of Saban. So maybe the national championship for football for me might be a little bit different for anybody else. I'm going to be honest with you guys, though. I'd rather go to see like Bama at LSU, or I'd rather go see Bama, Georgia, or I'd rather go to Ohio State, Michigan. I'd rather go to one of the rivalry games. I'd rather go on the road. I'd rather see it in one of those stadiums than I just would at a neutral site for a national championship. I'm sure for Indiana fans, it was unbelievable. I'm sure for teams that have never won it, teams that have never been there in a long time, like, of course, that title game is going to be incredible because it's something you never thought you'd see. Like, look at the atmosphere at MSG for the Knicks, just making it to the finals. For teams that haven't done it, it's going to be that way for any sport. But we know college football tends to be a pretty chalky sport. The Bamas, the Ohio States, the Georgias of the world, those teams kind of tend to be in it every year. And I don't think it's as great as the other 4. So again, Rose Bowl, College World Series, Final Four, National Championship. Very impressed with Omaha. Very impressed with the College World Series. And I encourage anybody, if it's on their list, I encourage you to go. And if it's not on your list, I would encourage you to go because you'd really like it. Even if you don't like baseball, you'd have a great time out there. anywhere. You'd have a great time. The way they set it up, you go to the early game at 1 Central, takes about 3 hours, wraps up at 4. Then you go hang out at the bars. You have something to eat. You meet new fans from people all over the country. You have great conversations. All these places are packed. And then you do that for about 2 hours. You cool down, and then you go back into the stadium and you watch another baseball game. It's just the way they set it up is fantastic. It's awesome, and had a great time. So good job, Omaha. Good job, College World Series, and hope to be back soon someday. All right, we come back. We'll do some blind ranks here. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Westwood One Sports.
Scouting reporting that I've seen on Sorsby is, hey, very good, excellent arm talent, maybe not elite, but excellent arm talent. But sometimes it also leads him to believe in his arm a little too much and try to write checks that perhaps he can't cash and make poor decisions. It reminds me a lot, to be honest, and I don't say this just as a Steelers fan, but it reminds me a lot of some of the stuff we saw from Ben Roethlisberger early in his career. I know we're going way back 20 years now, but hey, I'm athletic. I can make things happen when I'm on the move, and because of my arm strength, I'm going to make some dumb decisions at times.
Yeah, and he actually plays, I remember those Big Ben days quite well. He plays more instruction than Ben did coming out of Miami, but also played at a program that was playing a little tougher schedule. Now, you can argue, and Bruce Feldman talked about this in The Athletic, he wrote about a couple weeks ago, Sorsby's 1-11 in November games the last 2 or 3 years, I think. Not entirely his fault, and when you watch those games from those November outings, it wasn't like he completely and wholly tanked. He had drops he dealt with. The offensive line struggled at times. They were playing better competition. But in terms of who he is, you sort of touched it. He's 6'3", 230. He is fantastic in space with his legs, but he's not a quarterback, sort of like Big Ben did early on in his Steelers career, looking to run if the first read isn't there. He throws a fantastic deep ball, and he's incredibly efficient throwing the deep ball. That is something that sticks out because a lot of times guys can chuck it, but they struggle with the accuracy. He's not elite when it comes through getting through his reads on time, but his ability to create out of structure is what compensates for that. And, Big Ben's a great comp. One that I kept thinking about was, sort of if Josh Allen had a little brother, because he's not 6'5", 240. He is 6'3", 230, and he can absolutely run and has a big arm. And I do think he's 22, 23 years old, so he's played some ball, unlike Ty Simpson, who was 23 and only played 15 games. He would have been QB2 in last year's draft class from 2 months ago. And I think he actually, on the field, has a chance to get a lot better. Again, sort of the ghost of Josh Allen's younger brother, if you will. And that, more than anything, and we know this, Chris, that will determine how much owners will buy into the idea of giving up draft capital for Brendan Sorsby when this happens.
There's another one I didn't mention because I'm out on them this year. That's the Chiefs. I'm not saying they have another 6-win season for sure. I'm just saying I wouldn't be shocked by it. Denver and LA are both better than them. Mahomes is going to have rust. I'm sorry. People don't take into enough account how hard it is to not just come back from a catastrophic injury and get on the field, which it looks
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Oh, yeah, that's good stuff right there with some Usher. BetMGM Tonight, PJ Glasser here, Westwood One Sports. Mexico, South Korea, World Cup Group A, Game 2 for both of these teams. We are scoreless with 23 minutes to go in the first half as we have hit a hydration break, as they have called it. This has been a much talked about thing at this World Cup about how, let's be honest, they're just selling commercials. I mean, we've been playing soccer a long time without hydration breaks, and now all of a sudden we're just adding this in. Look, it's obviously like, this is what it is now. Everybody's trying to make money and commercials and all these sorts of things. I mean, I really don't hate it, to be honest. Like, the guys are getting a break. They're getting fresh. Like, we want to see quality soccer. So I'd prefer it if they just went back to the way it was, but I don't hate it as much as other people do. Nonetheless, though, scoreless between Mexico and South Korea. All right, going to welcome on my wonderful producer, Brandon Combs. We're going to play some blind ranks here in our number 4. I have no idea what sports we're doing, what categories we're doing, so hence I'm coming in truly blind to this, so I'm excited. Brandon, I know you got 3 different ones for me, so let's kick things off with the first one. What do we got?
I actually have 4, and 2 of them are sports related, and 2 of them are miscellaneous. So would you like one of the 2 sports, or would you like one of the 2 miscellaneous first?
Let's start with the sports, and then let's go back and forth. Sports miscellaneous. Let's do that.
Okay. All right, here we go. With the first sports topic, we're going to rank these major league ballparks, which is why in the break I asked you how many you've been to, and luckily you've been to all of them, so this should be fun.
Yes, sir.
All right. The first ballpark we are going to rank, Kauffman Stadium of the Kansas City Royals.
Good one. It's in my top 10. It's like in the 8-9 range. It's a beautiful ballpark. There's nothing around it, though. It's right next to the Chiefs, and all there is a parking lot. It's like 15 minutes outside of downtown. So I love a good downtown ballpark, but they have mini golf at their stadium, which is very cool. You can play like 5 or 6 holes. That was one thing that stood out where I was like, okay, that's different. Love that. So it's about 8 or 9 for me out of the 30. So I'll put it at 3, Brad. I feel like you got some good ones coming. So I'll go 3 with Kauffman.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's go with Fenway Park in Boston.
Yeah, another good one. Fenway iconic in the top 5, top 6. Wrigley's better, boys, so I'll give you that. Do like Wrigley better. Fenway's still awesome. I'll go number 2. With Fenway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go Target Field in Minneapolis.
Okay. Yeah, Target's solid. Just a solid ballpark. It's like right below Kauffman, AL Central team. I love that it's downtown. Good views of the city, but I just like, I can't even imagine how cold games must be there in October because it's an outdoor ballpark and there's like no signature food that they really have there at the park. So I'll go 4. I'll go 4 for Target Field.
Okay. So you have 2, 3, and 4. So you have 1 and 5 left. Okay.
Feel good
1 and
so
5.
far about the Rangers. Yep.
All right. So here we go with PNC Park in Pittsburgh.
So it's my number 2 overall, but I'll put it at number 1 for this list. Oracle, the Giants, is number 1 for me. PNC's 2. Elite ballpark. It's got everything. It's got a beautiful skyline. It's on the water. It got good food. It's the smallest ballpark in baseball, so there's no bad seats. The only problem is that the team playing there isn't very good, but everything else is outstanding. And you can take a ferry over to the game. It's very cool. So PNC's elite. A lot of people have it number 1. I won't argue anybody that does. It's number 2 for me, but for this list, Brando, I'll put it number 1.
All right. Well, that means you only have number 5 left. So your number 5 stadium, PJ, Oracle Park in San Francisco.
Oh, you did. Gosh.
I knew you thought we were going to go with Camden Yards. I figured that's what you're thinking because you think a lot like Pat. Pat tries to think ahead of me and think of what I might come up with and what I might say. And so he tries to play like these games of, I'll put this here because I know he's going to do this, or I'll put this here because I know he's going to do that. So, yeah, no, I had to take Camden out of it just because of I figured that's where you would go.
Well, either way,
So
Camden or Oracle, no chance both are 5. I just would have moved everything down, and I would have slotted Oracle at 1. So I would have put Oracle 1, PNC 2, Fenway 3, Kaufman 4, Target 5. So I was close, but yeah, Oracle. Have you been to Oracle yet?
I have. Oracle it's probably number 2 for me, and it's just because I'm so partial to Wrigley Field. That's fair. Wrigley Field gives me chills every time I walk in. It's not just because I'm a Cubs fan. I just think it's because of the history. It's the same thing when I walked into Notre Dame Stadium. It was just like chills instantly when you walk into the stadium. So for me, Oracle Park would be second. PNC is a very close third.
Really good
because it's like what the backdrop is just. I tell everybody, if you're gonna sit there, you sit in the 300 levels and you sit behind home plate. And you just see everything at night and go to 1,000%. A night game.
Both parks are the same in that way. If you ever get a chance for people listening to go to a Pirates or Giants game, go to the top level, sit behind home plate, and just get both of the backdrops. PNC with the skyline and San Francisco, go to a day game with the Bay, and just undefeated, both of those.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's go with food. We are going to go with top 5 sandwiches. Okay.
Ooh,
top 5 sandwiches. Now, these are more famous sandwiches. Okay. So you're going to just put them wherever you feel like they should go. Let's start off with the first one. It's a famous in New York, the Reuben. Where would you rank the Reuben? Now, for those that don't know, a Reuben, corned beef, Swiss cheese, sauerkraut, Russian dressing, grilled between 2 slices of hearty rye bread.
Reuben's good. It's not one of my favorites, and it's not something I'm seeking out, and it's not something I usually order on the menu, but every once in a while I'm in the mood for it. I do love corned beef. The sauerkraut, though, is where it goes south for me. So I'll go Reuben at 4 for me. I'll start there.
All right. Let's go with the next one. We're going to go with the Cubano. Have you ever had a Cubano? Now, they're famous in Miami, so if you've been to a Marlins game, or Dolphins or University of Miami or anything like that, you've probably had a Cubano, I would hope. Do you know what a Cubano is?
I don't, and I've actually never had one because we went to Marlins game. I was young, and I've actually never been to downtown Miami, so I've never had a Cubano. Yeah, never been. A
Cubano is slow roasted pork, glazed ham, Swiss cheese, yellow mustard, and dill pickles, pressed until crispy on a warm Cuban bread.
Man, sounds like
pretty good, don't it? It's so good. It's so good.
I gotta have that. It sounds really good, but because I've never had it, I have to put it at 5 because I've never had it.
Yeah,
but
I'm
sure
pretty sure the last 3 you probably have had. So
okay,
all right. Let's rank the Philly cheesesteak.
Number 1. Love Philly cheese.
Number
my favorite sandwich.
one.
It's my favorite
Wow.
sandwich. I love Philly cheesesteak.
Now, is it the original Philly cheesesteak, like the ones in I've had the ones from Philadelphia. I mean, they are different everywhere. I will tell you that they are different. One in Chicago is different from the one on the East Coast, which in like Vermont, which is different from the ones that you get in California. You get one in Philadelphia, it will change your life. It will change your life. It is. I mean, they
agree.
use oh my God, the liquid cheese and oh God.
That's why, Brandon,
Okay.
that's why it's 1.
Yeah.
That's you made the case. Philly cheese. I mean, Philly, it's obviously the best, but I'll have a Philly cheesesteak anywhere. I love Philly cheesesteaks.
Okay. So you have 2 and 3 left, right? Those are your spots left?
Yep.
All right.
Correct.
So the next one is going to be it's a sandwich. It's considered a sandwich. It is the Big Mac from McDonald's.
Okay.
The Big Mac from McDonald's.
Yeah. We'll go 2 for the Big Mac. I do
Wow.
love burgers, love Big Macs.
Okay.
I think the best part of McDonald's is probably their fries. Like if I had to rank the fries, the burgers, or the nuggets, I'd put fries 1. I'd actually put the nuggets 2, I would say, and then burgers 3, but I think their burgers are good, man, and I like the Big Mac, Brando, so we'll go Big Mac number 2 for me.
All right. You might kick yourself here, PJ. The Portillo's Italian beef sandwich.
That's number 1. That's number 1. He did it again. He did it again.
At number 3. Look, the Portillo's Italian beef, for anybody that doesn't know, it's Italian bread with Italian beef dipped in gravy. You can add cheese to it. You can add all sorts of things. I mean, oh my God, so good. So good. They have hot peppers, sweet peppers, whatever you want on it. I mean, just phenomenal sandwich. For me, it's number 1 as well.
If Portillo's Italian beef and the hot dogs, if they weren't bad for you, I would have those every day. Every day. I just every day.
I have one 2 miles from my house, and it's
dangerous.
It's so on Sunday we had a problem. I had drain issues on Sunday, so I had to go to Home Depot, and right in the same parking lot of Home Depot is the Portillo's. And so I go to Home Depot and I call my wife after I get out of Home Depot. I was like, have you eaten yet? She's like, no. I was like, what do you want from Portillo's? Because I can't pass it and not go. Like, it's just.
I know. I get it.
Yeah.
So good. So good.
So
man,
good.
that was well played. I thought for sure Philly cheese would be 1, but Italian beef, man. Oy, oy, oy. Fantastic.
So good.
All right, I think we can do
right.
we can do one more sports.
All right. So you want the sports one, or do you want the last miscellaneous? Sports?
Which one do you think is better? Which one's more exciting for you?
I think you'll enjoy, man. I actually think you'll enjoy both of them, but you might have more fun with the other miscellaneous one.
Well, why don't you tell me both then, and I'll choose which one
right.
I want to do, which one I think. Yeah.
Top 5 TV shows or top 5 all-time quarterbacks?
Yeah, let's do the TV shows. Let's do the TV shows.
I figured.
Yeah. I just hope I've seen these. I'll tell you right now, I've not seen The Sopranos or The Wire, and I have a feeling 1 or 2 of them are on there.
So, 2 of them are on there.
Okay.
But
so maybe we should do quarterbacks.
So here's what I can do. I can take those 2 off pretty quickly, and I can give you other ones. But man, I don't know if you've seen them. That's a tough thing. I don't know if you've seen them. So let's go quarterbacks.
Okay, let's do quarterbacks.
Yeah.
What are the other 3?
We'll do the TV shows in the break.
Okay.
So I had Breaking Bad, The Wire, The Sopranos, Game of Thrones, and Band of Brothers.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen Band of Brothers either.
Okay, so it's good idea to go with the quarterbacks then.
Correct.
All right, we are going to rank these quarterbacks 1 through 5. First one I'm going to give you Drew Brees.
Man, I think you're This is going to be a crazy hot take. I think you're going to give me some really good ones. I'm actually going to go with Breeze at 5. And I think Breeze is a heck of a quarterback. I think there are some really good ones coming. And the way that I've been playing this game so far, I got to leave number 1 for the end, and I got to start with the worst. So we're going Breeze at 5.
All right. Here we go. Next quarterback, Dan Marino.
Never saw him play. Seen highlights. I know people say he's obviously one of the best natural throwers of the football ever. Never won a Super Bowl, but certainly just from a true arm talent standpoint, one of the best quarterbacks. But because I never saw him, I'll put him at 4.
Okay. This next quarterback says Dan Marino is the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. Joe Montana.
Montana's good. Montana's really good. 4 Super Bowls. A lot of people considered him the GOAT before Brady. I got a feeling that you saved 2 really good ones though, so I'm gonna put Montana at 3.
Wow.
Yep.
All right. Peyton Manning.
Yep. I'll go Peyton at 2. Again, I really didn't see Joe Montana play. I've seen highlights. I know how clutch he was. I know how good he was. Peyton, I mean, I watched his whole career. Just unbelievable. Colts, Broncos, just one of the best. I mean, especially from a mind standpoint, he was the slowest guy ever. He didn't have the greatest arm strength in the world, but he's one of the most feared quarterbacks for 10, 15 years. One of the best. So I'll go Peyton at 2.
All right. So you have number 1 left, right?
I think you're going to give me Brady.
Who do you think you think I'm giving you Brady? Okay.
I do.
Well, I kept Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes out of the conversation.
Oh.
Your number 1 quarterback of all time is Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
So how do you feel about that list now? Where would you have put it had I given you all 5 names first?
I actually wouldn't change it. I really think in his prime, Aaron is the best of those guys. I really do.
He's my number 2 quarterback all time right now.
I mean, and you would know better than me as a Bears fan. I mean, his peak years that's some of the best quarterbacking we've ever seen. So I really have no issue with it. I know some people might have Montana 1. They could have him 2 over Peyton, but I'm good with that list, 1 through 5.
There's been 4 quarterbacks all time that have had 3,500 plus passing yards, 30 touchdowns, and under 5 interceptions in one season. All 4 of them named Aaron Rodgers.
Pretty good. pretty good stat right there. Woo, that's the way to go to break. Geosports when we come back.
Scouting reporting that I've seen on Sorsby is, hey, very good, excellent arm talent, maybe not elite, but excellent arm talent, but sometimes it also leads him to believe in his arm a little too much and try to write checks that perhaps he can't cash and make poor decisions. It reminds me a lot, to be honest, and I don't say this just as a Steelers fan, but it reminds me a lot of some of the stuff we saw from Ben Roethlisberger early in his career. I know we're going way back 20 years now, but hey, I'm athletic. I can make things happen when I'm on the move, and because of my arm strength, I'm going to make some dumb decisions at times.
Yeah, and he actually plays, I remember those Big Ben days quite well. He plays more instruction than Ben did coming out of Miami, but also played at a program that was playing a little tougher schedule. Now, you can argue, and Bruce Feldman talked about this in The Athletic, he wrote about a couple weeks ago, Sorsby's 1-11 in November games the last 2 or 3 years, I think. Not entirely his fault, and when you watch those games from those November outings, it wasn't like he completely and wholly tanked. He had drops he dealt with. The offensive line struggled at times. They were playing better competition. But in terms of who he is, you sort of touched it. He's 6'3", 230. He is fantastic in space with his legs, but he's not a quarterback, sort of like Big Ben did early on in the Steelers' career, looking to run if the first read isn't there. He throws a fantastic deep ball, and he's incredibly efficient throwing the deep ball. That is something that sticks out because a lot of times guys can chuck it, but they struggle with the accuracy. He's not elite when it comes through getting through his reads on time, but his ability to create out of structure is what compensates for that. And, Big Ben's a great comp. One that I kept thinking about was, sort of if Josh Allen had a little brother, because he's not 6'5", 240. He is 6'3", 230, and he can absolutely run and has a big arm. And I do think he's 22, 23 years old, so he's played some ball, unlike Ty Simpson, who was 23 and only played 15 games. He would have been QB2 in last year's draft class from 2 months ago. And I think he actually, on the field, has a chance to get a lot better. Again, sort of the ghost of Josh Allen's younger brother, if you will. And that, more than anything, and we know this, Chris, that will determine how much owners will buy into the idea of giving up draft capital for Brendan Sorsby when this happens.
There's another one I didn't mention because I'm out on them this year. That's the Chiefs. I'm not saying they have another 6-win season for sure. I'm just saying I wouldn't be shocked by it. Denver and LA are both better than them. Mahomes is going to have rust. I'm sorry. People don't take into enough account how hard it is to not just come back from a catastrophic injury and get on the field, which it looks increasingly like Mahomes will be able to do by week 1. And who says he doesn't? But to come back and actually play like yourself again. I know I've used this comparison before. I will use it again. Aiden Hutchinson, I think, is a great comparison. When he came back from the broken leg, yes, he got back on the field, but I'd say for 2 months, 6 to 8 weeks, he didn't really look like himself. It happens all the time. Guys have a major injury, in not just football either, in a lot of major sports. You have a major injury that keeps you out for at least a year, if not close to a year. When you come back, the first couple of months, first few weeks at the very least, but first couple of months more often than not, you're back on the field and you're doing your damnedest, but you simply do not look like yourself. And I think that's going to be what we get from Mahomes. Kelsey's a year older. Another team that didn't do nearly enough, if anything really, to address the receiving room. I think the Chiefs are in a bad spot going into this year, to be honest.
Sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
Welcome back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser here with you. Joe Malfa coming up next hour talking World Cup. We got Mexico and South Korea right now in stoppage time in the first half. They're scoreless. I believe they're playing in Guadalajara today, maybe Monterrey, somewhere in Mexico, but no score between South Korea and Mexico. Of course, we got the U.S. in action tomorrow against Australia. So we will talk about that game with Joe and preview that later in the show. U.S. Open, Wyndham Clark is 6 under through 16 at Shinnecock Hills. The next closest golfer is at 2 under par. So it is looking like it is Wyndham's tournament to lose. And then in baseball, we're just waiting for our guy Miguel Vargas to get a hit. to complete the parlay, we got 3 legs home. Jordan Walker base hit, Bobby Witt base hit, Salvador Perez. Brando, how's our guy Miguel Vargas doing? Is he at least having good at-bats? I mean, is he lining out or is he just striking out?
He had some good at-bats. White Sox won 5-1. His final at-bat, he flew out at the wall. 0 for 4.
Brutal.
Yeah. Yep.
Miguel Vargas. Tough. All right. It's all right. We'll get him tomorrow. But Brad, 12 in a row for him. I'm now 12-13 on the show, and Monty gets another winner as well. We'll wrap up hour 4. We still got one more hour to go with Sports Geo, a game that we absolutely love on this show. Our guy Monty is ready to roll. 5 questions, and we got to pinpoint where they are on a map. So let's get rolling, Monty. What do we got? By the way, if you're watching and listening on YouTube and Twitch, you can play along with us and watch as Monty works his magic on the screen.
Yeah, let's go here. First question. After just one season, the team that played here traded Brett Favre to the Packers.
That's the Atlanta Falcons.
That's right.
So Atlanta is like northeast. Yeah. I mean,
I assume it's just this biggest city here.
Yeah. Click. Yep. That's exactly where it is. So just click like right in the middle there. Yeah, that works.
Do you happen to know where the stadium is?
I do not. I would just click in the middle, maybe like that just below it, maybe? Is like the downtown thing. It should be good if you
close enough. So yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, shake.
Boom.
Perfect. 0 miles or 1 mile? What do we do?
1 mile.
Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go. All right, good start.
Wow.
What do we got next?
Question 2. Before winning 3 majors, Jordan Spieth led this university to the 2012 national title. Now, I don't know anything about golf, but did he go to Texas, or am I making that up?
You would be correct. So we're looking for
Let's
Austin.
go.
Austin is Central Texas. So, yeah, go to Central Texas, and then whatever the major city right in there is.
Well, that's going to be DFW.
That'll be Dallas,
right there.
correct. That's Dallas. That's Houston.
Down there.
So, yep, Austin's kind of right where, yeah.
There, maybe?
Yeah. Yep.
You think so?
I think a little more south, because Austin to Dallas is about 3 hours, I think.
Maybe here?
There's something that look like a major city? Or maybe the thing to the left?
Here, maybe?
Does that look like a city? I think
it does. It's the closest I can zoom in, unfortunately.
I think that's it, Monty. I do. It's Central Texas.
I'll trust you.
Let's roll with that.
We're definitely in the middle, so.
Yep. God bless it. God bless it.
Tough. 181 miles away. 88 points.
Yikes.
Not great. All right, question 3. We move on.
Question 3.
Brutal.
Nomar Garciaparra was traded to this city just months before the Red Sox won their first World Series in 86 years.
Is that a trick question? He was traded to the A's from Boston, and then from the A's he went to the Cubs, I'm pretty sure. And then from the Cubs went to the Dodgers, but I think they traded him in 03, I believe.
It says just before they won their first World Series in 86
and they won the World Series in 04. 04, he was a Cub, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're trying to make you think he was traded from the Red Sox, but I know I could be wrong. I thought he went to the A's, but I'm pretty sure it's the Cubs in 04, though. I know he went from the Boston to the A's, but I think it's Chicago, Monty.
Let's roll with Chicago.
I mean, it doesn't sound. You don't sound wrong. But all right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what year he was a Cub, but I do remember him being on the team.
I hope you know where Chicago's at.
Yeah, I'm right on it. I'm right on. I'm looking for the north side. Wrigley's probably like right there.
Nice, Brandon.
A little too far north.
Yeah.
Well done.
3
I like
miles
it.
off. 100 points though. Let's go.
All right, I think we got time for the
Right.
fourth question. Then we'll come back and do the fifth.
5-time NBA All-Star Al Horford was born in this city, known for its cruise destination status.
That's Florida,
Miami,
right? Like Miami?
maybe. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I have no idea where he was born. PJ, anything?
I was thinking like Puerto Rico or
Ooh.
Could be. I have no clue.
Let's
kinda
save
think
it and let's come back.
yeah.
Because
I feel like
you might be right.
I think it might be Puerto Rico. All right, yeah, we'll take the break to think about it. We got that question and one more on Sports Geo. Final hour of the show coming up. We'll do a little hot or cold. Joe Malfa will join to talk World Cup, and then we'll wrap up the show. BetMGM tonight, PJ Glasser, Brandon Combs, Mike Montgomery, Westwood One Sports.
I'm going to ask you, how deep do you think this U.S. men's national team can go
Semifinals.
in this World Cup? Semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's all there, man. I do. You look at some of the other runs that, and history will tell you this. South Korea, for example, when they hosted, and that red sea of red, was amazing. It was that we tied them, and they ended up going to a semifinal that year. And they got some luck. They had some good fortune, and they had some referee calls that went their way. But that's what a World Cup is. You have to be good, right? You have to be talented. You have to get some good fortune. You have to have some little bit of luck, and you got to be there. My dad used to say that, and I never knew what it meant. But you got to be there. You got to in the moment and ready for the moment. You got to be prepared to play. This team is we like to say checking all those boxes, but man, this team is well prepared. If they get a little good fortune and they force the issue, right? If they're ruthless, they can make something special happen. Like I said, I got to see him in Chicago, and they asked, you have any advice for the guys? And because there's always these comparisons to our generation and other generations, and is this the best team we've ever had? And the only advice I told him was, I said, man, just pay attention to the last verse of our anthem. That's the best advice anybody can ever give you. Home of the brave. Be brave. You want to impress us? Be brave. You're talented enough. So just don't back out of this. Seize the moment and go. And if they're brave and if they have courage to play up to their talent level, I mean, sky's the limit. I still think they're going to semifinals. I said that from the beginning, man. I've been killed for that, especially with some of the results they had coming in. But this team's talented enough. And that 12th man factor will factor in. You watch. It's going to get good. It's going to be a great World Cup.
If you're one of those teams with draft capital to move, and maybe you're sitting, I don't know, anywhere. You can be anywhere in the draft. And you look at yourself as a Jaylen Brown away from a run to a title, taking that next step. You're on the phone with Milwaukee right now. And Brad Stevens in Boston. Hey, what do we got to do to make this 3-team deal work? Because the other interesting part of what Brian Geltzeiler gave us the other day when he was on the show was that's how this works if it works between Milwaukee and Boston, is there's a third team in the mix. A team that you can spin Jaylen Brown off to if you're Milwaukee. And now you're getting just an absolute haul from two teams. Because you're dealing Antetokounmpo to Boston. Here you go. Here's a boatload of things. And you're also effectively dealing Jaylen Brown to Team 3. Here's a haul of things. Somebody, if that 3-team deal ends up going down between Milwaukee, Boston, and whoever, is going to get an absolute haul.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser here with you. We're going to get into some hot or cold here in a little bit. Joe Malfa will join us to talk some World Cup next segment. And then we'll wrap up the show. As always, if you guys want to chime in, call, text the show, 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. As we still have to finish our Sports Geo game. We're doing all right. Austin, Texas, that was on me. I knew it was Central Texas, but it was like Central East Texas-ish, kind of. Texas is a bigger state. So now on an Al Horford question, Monty, if you would be so kind to read it again, please.
I have bad news. The game reset on us for some reason. I didn't touch anything. I just reopened it, and we're back at question 1. So we can go through these real quick. Brett Favre traded from the Falcons. We knew that.
So now we can do Austin, Texas. Yeah, we can get a better score on that.
We can, or we can just stick with what we did, PJ. Be men of character
and not cheat. I mean,
and we picked something like that. So
what's the fun in that?
Yeah, we got 88 points last time for that.
Omar
Garcia-Parra was traded to the Red Sox in 2003, or traded to the Cubs from the Red Sox. Boom. All right, we're back. We're got the exact same scores before, so we're golden. Question
Perfect.
4. Five-time NBA All-Star Al Horford was born in this city known for its cruise destination status. And, PJ, I'd like to point out, you were thinking outside of the U.S., and I think that's smart because now that I remember when we played this game, question 4 and question 5 are almost always outside of the U.S.
Correct. They're always international. And Puerto Rico.
Then I know you were thinking Puerto Rico, but Puerto Rico is in the U.S., right? Is he Dominican?
Yeah.
Is he Cuban?
You know what? He could be Dominican, actually. I think that's a good call. Yeah, let's go with the DR. I don't know where that is. I know it's somewhere around there. And, yep, you're like close-ish. Oh, yeah.
Well, the cruise place in Dominican Republic is what do they call it? I can't pronounce it. I've been there once. Puerto Plata. But I don't know which coast it's on. Because I couldn't tell you. Because I went on a cruise to the Dominican Republic. So I was not exactly coherent at the time. I was 24. So if that tells you anything.
DR's
Yeah, I have no idea. This seems like the biggest city, so I would just probably default to that one.
That works.
Coast.
Let it fly.
Why not?
Ooh, all
wrong
right,
coast.
we were
Oof.
wrong coast. We were right with the DR though.
Right country, yeah. 100 miles
Yeah.
off. We got 93 points. That's not bad.
Not
That's
bad.
not-
Brandon,
that's
good
not
call
terrible.
with DR. Yeah.
I guess that we should have thought north too, because cruises are probably going to be coming from the north side
Sure.
by the U.S.
Yeah.
Dang it. Oh well. All right.
So true.
Last question. Timu Selane? I have no idea. Still holds the
Solani.
NHL record with
Solani.
75 goals as a rookie. He grew up in this capital. Is that Eastern
Oh.
European?
I think it's Helsinki, Finland, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are correct.
I think he's Finnish.
Almost
Right.
positive.
Now I have no idea where
where is
Helsinki is. So yeah, zero. clue.
Maybe
I don't know
down
that
here,
there's
there's a
huge
big
cities
city.
in
Yep,
in Finland.
that
So
would look like the winner. I think.
I would think
On the
south.
water-
I would think
the
southern
water,
before
yeah.
north too.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
let's go for it. This run has already not been our best. Here we go.
Let's
Boom.
go.
Points.
look at you, Monty.
3 miles away. Walk off
Ooh,
winner.
huh. So we did pretty good.
967.
Not bad.
Yeah.
967. Not our
Nothing
highest
wrong
score.
with
Not
that.
our worst score. Our highest score was what, 989, Monty?
That sounds right. Yeah, we're always
Yeah.
consistently in the high 900s. There's always one question that throws us off, just like today.
Every time. Every time.
That was pretty
That's
good,
all
though,
right.
boys.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take
Nothing
967.
wrong. Nothing wrong with
In a
that at
heartbeat.
all. Very
In
good.
a
All
heartbeat.
right. All right, Brando. Now I guess we can do a little hot or cold here the rest of this segment.
Yes, sir. Let's get into it. And you know what? I decided since you're here tonight, we're going to go to your neck of the woods for the first couple.
Let's go.
So, hot or cold, PJ? The Washington Wizards will draft Darren Peterson at number 1.
I tell you what, this better be cold or else I'm going to be hot. I can tell you that much. Okay. Better be cold. Look,
you heard the news that came out, right? That Darren Peterson is only meeting with the Washington Wizards.
I did.
Okay.
I think it's 80% they go Debanza, 20 Peterson. So I probably think it's higher than most do.
Okay.
Let's see. BetMGM, do they have the latest
They do.
draft odds? Yep. Let me pull those up real quick.
So Debanza is the heavy favorite to go at 1, and Peterson is the heavy favorite to go at 2.
Yep. Debanza's minus 450 to go number 1 overall. It's interesting. So Debanza's minus 450 to go 1. Peterson's minus 145 to go 2nd overall. So there's not a foregone conclusion that if he doesn't go 1, he doesn't go 2 necessarily. I think they end up going with Debanza though. I mean, he's the perfect fit for the way that roster is constructed. But more importantly, Brandon, the Wizards just can't afford to take a guy with risk. They got to be boring.
Yeah.
They got to take the safest. They got to go with the guy who has the highest floor. You're just not in this position. If Oklahoma City would have landed the number 1 pick, if Dallas would have gotten the number 1 pick again, if Indiana would have gotten the number 1 pick, any of these teams that are ready to compete next year, sure, maybe you can take the flyer and take the guy with potentially a little bit more upside, but more risk. Wizards, they don't have the luxury to do that. The fan base is so excited for the first time in a long time. You've been terrible forever. This is not the time to, even though I think Peterson could be an awesome player and he could turn out to be, he was getting Kobe comps in college. He could turn out to be really good. I think they got to go Peterson. I think they got to go Debanza. So I will say cold on the Wizards drafting Peterson because I do think they go with AJ.
I think it's cold too. I think they go with Debanza. But here's my question for you, and I said this repeatedly about Darren Peterson. I don't touch him. I don't touch him if I'm in the top 5. If I'm a GM in the top 5 and I end up with Darren Peterson, he better 100% be a hit. Otherwise, you should lose your job. Because all of the warning signs are there on Darren Peterson. All of the signs on reasons not to draft him are already there. You had a guy in Bill Self who players love playing for in Bill Self. At one point during the season this year with Kansas was like, I just don't know what to say. I thought we were good. Yet Darren Peterson's still checking himself out of games. And I understand maybe there were cramping issues and all that stuff, but it's just there's too much there for me to take a shot on on Peterson in the top 5. So for them to not go with DeBanza would be a huge. I mean, like I would fire my GM while the commissioner is still at the podium if he says Darren Peterson over AJ DeBanza. So, my concern is that Peterson does fall and the Bulls do something stupid at 4 and grab Darren Peterson, because I will be livid if Caleb Wilson's still on the board and they draft Darren Peterson.
I think
That's
for
my
a team
biggest
like
fear.
But I think for a team like the Bulls, though, getting a guy like Peterson at 4 is worth it, because if he does end up just being the guy he is in college, then so be it. And you're back in the position that you've always been. But if you get a guy with that talent at 4, I mean, he could easily he's a number 1 pick talent at 4.
Yes,
that'd
but
be a great.
How many times do the Bulls just keep taking that guy and keep missing and keep I mean, if he hits, great. If he's Derrick Rose in his first 3-4 years, great. But if he's not and you missed again, I mean, look, I've already been dealing with hell in NBA circles as a Bulls fan since Derrick Rose blew out his knees. I don't know how much more I can take as a Bulls fan. I just don't. I do not want any part of Darren Peterson. I really don't. And if the Bulls draft Darren Peterson, I think it would be another one of those things where I'm like, here we go again. Here we go again.
Brandon,
because I think it's a huge miss to take Darren Peterson.
I feel no sympathy for you. You had the greatest basketball player of all time. You won 6 rings. I'm just trying to win 50 games in a season. The Wizards have never done that. So that'd be really cool, But look, I get it. I mean, the last 20, 25 years for Bulls fans, outside of those few Rose years, have been absolute nightmare. If you never had Jordan and you never had, we'd be talking about them as one of the worst franchises ever if they didn't have that run. So I get it. It's been terrible. That was a while ago. And I'm sure those Jordan days feel like a long time ago. But I think you guys are in a good spot, man. I mean, at 4, you're guaranteed a really, really quality player. And regardless, whether it's Wilson, Peterson, any of these guys are going to have risk. So I think that'd be good for you guys.
My dream scenario is they take Caleb Wilson at 4, trade back up into the first round somehow with 15 and with their 2 seconds and maybe even a next year's second round pick or whatever they've got to do to move back up and find a way to grab Acuff. I think if the Bulls do that, all of a sudden you're back in business. If you've got Acuff at the 1, Giddey at the 2, Matas at the 3, Wilson at the 4, I like what we're doing there. I really do.
Yeah.
And I know with Trae Young going and opting out yesterday, we were talking about it, whether or not the Bulls should go get Trae Young, and all this other stuff. I said I'd rather have them go get Ja Morant. If you're not going to get anybody in the draft, I'd rather go see Ja Morant and let Giddey run the point and have Ja Morant be your 2. But yeah, that's my dream scenario though, is them to find a way back into the top of the first round and end up with Acuff as well.
Fair enough. Can't wait for Tuesday night. It's going to be an awesome draft. Yeah. Probably the most excited I've been for an NBA draft in a long, long time. So that should be a lot of fun. That it is. Mexico on the board, 1-0. They get a goal in the 50th minute from a guy named Romo. I don't think it was Tony who scored. I could be wrong. Maybe his name's Tony Romo, but I doubt it. But Romo on the board for Mexico as it is a 1-0 game. All right, Brandon, what do you got next?
All right, let's go to the NFL side of things in your neck of the woods. The Baltimore Ravens will win 15 games this season. Hot or cold?
That's a lot. It's a lot of games. I mean, I got to go cold on that. I think their win total is at 10.5. 15's a lot. I'm a big
Way
fan.
over.
Over 15? You crazy.
No, way
over 10,
over 10
over
and a half.
Even 10.5.
Yeah.
You're bullish on the Ravens. I am too. I think Minter's going to be the real deal. I think he's going to get that defense in check. Derrick Henry's still, I think, got a good year ahead of him. I think Lamar's going to be really good. Offensive line's the big question. And then, I'm a little nervous about the receiving room and kind of the weapons on the outside. Choosing Andrews over Likely, I'll never understand that. Zay Flowers a good receiver. He's not a true one. Bateman is very hot or cold. Really, a lot's going to depend on these two rookie wide receivers they got. I'm a big fan of Surratt out of Indiana. I think he's a heck of a player. He led the nation in touchdowns this past year. And Jacoby Lane, Lamar's never had a receiver like that, a 6'3", 6'4", big body guy that can go up and get touchdowns on the outside. So that piece is intriguing to me. The Ravens historically have not been good with drafting receivers. They've given themselves 2 cracks at it this draft to try and hit with either Surratt and Lane. So if one of those guys are able to hit, that'll be great. I'm going to go cold. I think 15's too many. I think they probably go like 11 or 11-6, 12-5 this year. But Brandon, to be honest with you, it doesn't matter. And this is what sucks about being a Ravens fan. I can't even enjoy them going like 12-5 because it's all about January. I mean, they've had teams good enough to win a Super Bowl and they can't even get there. So we'll see. I'm glad Harbaugh's gone. I'm glad we got a fresh start. I love the Minter hire. But and we'll see. The AFC's wide open. I think the Broncos and the Patriots, the 2 teams that were in the AFC title game, are going to take a step back. I think now with Harbaugh gone, we can beat Buffalo. I think now with Harbaugh gone, we can beat Kansas City. I think the Bengals will always scare me because of that offense. But I think with Minter's defense now, we can stop them a little better than we have in the past, a little more consistent in the past. I'm really intrigued to see what Ravens Steelers looks like. For so long, it's been Harbaugh and Tomlin, and you know exactly how those games are going to go. I've known exactly when the Ravens are going to win and when they're going to lose 7 minutes into those games. I just know because I've seen them my whole life. Now with those 2 gone, I don't know how they're going to go with Minter and McCarthy. So that's going to be intriguing. I'll go cold on 15 games. My prediction would be 11-6. But at the end of the day, and hopefully you never get to this point as a Bears fan, where your team is just consistently in the playoffs every year. You can't even enjoy the regular season. It's just about what you do in the playoffs. But that's where the Ravens are at this point, and that's really all that matters.
Look, I know that it's any given Sunday, right? And my favorite thing about NFL preseason, NFL offseason is just being able to look at schedules and what teams are on paper. And I got to tell you, like, if you think, because, look, one of their losses that I have them at is at Buffalo, just because Lamar has not played well in Buffalo against Buffalo. 1-3 in Buffalo in his career. If they beat Buffalo in Buffalo, I think they could start out 15-0. I mean, this schedule is conducive to them. I mean, they start out with the Colts in Indy, then they got the Saints, then they get the Cowboys, which is going to be a tough opponent, but they get them in Baltimore.
Brazil, too. No, it's in Brazil.
Brazil.
It's a Brazil game. Yep.
Either way.
They're favorite. I mean, they should win on paper. But yeah, that's
a 325 game in Brazil?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So, but then you get the Cowboys in Brazil. Yeah. Toss up maybe. I mean, 2 really good teams right there. Then you get the Titans, Falcons, Browns. Then you get the Bengals at home in Baltimore. Look, I know the Bengals are going to be tough, but whenever I see divisional opponents, I always split them, and I always take the home team in those games. Then you get Buffalo at Buffalo, and if you find a way to win that one, and if you're right, and because they have Minter, they're finally able to beat Buffalo. After that, you have Jacksonville. You got the Chargers, who usually by November in the season, they're starting to be like, who the hell are the Chargers again? And then you get the Panthers, Texans, Buccaneers, Steelers, Browns, Bengals, Steelers. Like, PJ, I got to tell you, 14-3, 15-2 is where I see the Baltimore Ravens heading into the playoffs.
And this is what's so fascinating about them this year. If John Harbaugh was the coach, Brandon, I just go through these games with you, and I would be like, I'm telling you, they're not going to win all those games. They're going to lose to that game. That one's going to be ugly. Like, that's just the way it is. But with Minter, I have no idea. Like Harbaugh, they would lose at Buffalo and they'd lose at Pittsburgh. I'd already chalked those two up as losses. I don't know what to expect out of Jesse. So it's going to be really interesting, man. 15 wins would be something. Obviously, would be great. That'd probably mean they'd have the number 1 seed and that the AFC would roll through M&T Bank. But I think probably 11 or 12. But you're right, on paper, they're only underdogs in 2 games this season. At Cincy and at Buffalo. Those are the only 2 games. So they're favored in 15 of the 17 games. So if they win all those games as favorites, maybe they do go 15.
Those are my 2 losses that I had too when I went through the schedule. At Buffalo and at Cincy.
There you go.
There we go.
Very good. All right, we're going to take a break. My guy Joe Malfa going to join on the other side, get you guys ready for World Cup. Mexico up 1-0 on South Korea. We got the USA taking on the Socceroos of Australia tomorrow. Who does Joe like in that game? Some of the other matchups tomorrow, and big picture in the World Cup. We come back.
If you're Team USA, you'd obviously love to have Pulisic out on the pitch. I just called it a pitch instead of a field. That shows that I know something about soccer. Don't come at me, bro. You'd love to have Pulisic out there, obviously. But do you need him out there tomorrow afternoon? You had the most impressive win of the first week of the World Cup, in my opinion. You could maybe argue that England's win yesterday was close to that impressive. But when you stack it up with the opponent and how they won, Team USA's win last weekend was the most impressive win from the first week of the World Cup, in my opinion. That's not just me being a patriotic homer. And another win basically locks up a trip to the round of 32. So do you need to push Pulisic tomorrow afternoon against Australia? Or do you say, you know what? We're going to hold off. We're going to give it more time to calm down. We're going to make sure he's ready for the final game of group play against Turkey. And if the worst that happens is we draw Australia and then we've got to get another point against Turkey to ensure that we're through to the round of 32, then so be it. I think given this American team's depth that we've heard so much about in the run-up to and the start of the World Cup, you have to be willing, if Pulisic isn't 100%, to not push him tomorrow afternoon against Australia. Of the 5 teams that I think most people are talking about as teams that will return to the playoffs this year after missing them last year, the team I have at the bottom of the list of those 5 is the Baltimore Ravens. Oh, he's just being a dumb Steelers fan. I knew he'd do that. No. I have serious questions about the Ravens. I know I've mentioned it before. There's no reason to expect Derrick Henry to break down all of a sudden. And I'm not saying he will, but at a certain point, he's going to hit the cliff. And the older he gets, the more likely it becomes. The offensive line has 4 dudes who literally, 3 of them will be driving Amazon vans in September rather than playing football, battling for the starting center spot. They didn't do, I shouldn't say anything. They drafted Surratt out of Indiana, but they really didn't do much to address their wide receiver depth. And in my opinion, they didn't do enough on defense either.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser here with you. The final World Cup game of the day, Mexico and South Korea. Mexico up 1-0 right now in the 64th minute. And currently on the live line, Mexico is, let's see, a minus 400 favorite. The South Korea is plus 2,200. Thai is plus 360. So we will see how that game's end up shaking up in the final 30 minutes or so. We got U.S. taking on Australia tomorrow as well. Over in Major League Baseball right now, the Royals are up 13-6 on the Cardinals. Athletics 5-0 over the Angels. And Jose Soriano getting lit up tonight against the A's. So that's what's going on in the MLB. And Wyndham Clark leading the first round at the U.S. Open at Shinnecock. But let's talk some soccer. Welcome on my guy Joe Malfa. You can follow on X at MalfaJ98. Play-by-play for ESPN, NWSL, and the MLS as well. Joe, before we talk World Cup, getting to the U.S. game tomorrow, you were just getting out of the theater of seeing Toy Story 5, and that is where I need to start. What is your review with, obviously, don't give anything away, no spoilers, but you had to rank it out of 10, with 10 being elite, like Toy Story 1, 2, 3 caliber. Where would you put 5?
That's a great way to start this, because it just brought me back to our days in the feed room at the old NBC Sports Washington when all of us in there would debate the Toy Stories. 3 for me is always the best. That's
Agreed.
my top spot. I would say this one comes in at a solid 9.2. I think it's very different in the tone than the first 3, and it's similar in tone to the fourth one, where it kind of stand on its own. There's some fun references. It's a great story. My wife never cries in movies, God love her, but she actually teared up for this one. So it's very heartfelt in times. It's fun. It's fast moving. It's a good time. It's up there. People are mad about so many Toy Story sequels. Until they miss on one, I'm not going to be mad, and they still haven't missed. So I'm going to keep going to see them.
Look, 3 was probably the perfect ending, Joe, and we all kind of know it. But like you said, they're all just so good that if they want to keep making them, then who are we to say no? That's good to know, though. 9.2 on Toy Story 5. Excited to see that. Let's get into some World Cup games. Mexico and South Korea wrapping up tonight. Mexico up 1-0 right now on South Korea. Tomorrow, we have the U.S. against Australia. Joe, obviously everybody's excited now. We came into the tournament thinking, okay, the U.S. team. They've been getting hyped the last couple major tournaments. They got all these players in Europe. But then we see that performance against Paraguay, and now all of a sudden everybody's excited to see what they'll do against Australia. Do you think they win again tomorrow? Does it kind of depend on what's up with Pulisic? Where are you on tomorrow's match?
Yeah, I think they still win again. It's weird for me to say that because I'm usually like super cautious and try to temper my expectations, but maybe I'm a little overdrive because of how the Paraguay game went. But just objectively speaking, the U.S. is a better team. These teams met in a friendly about a year or so ago, maybe a little bit more than that now. It's all blurring together, but they met for a friendly. The U.S. won it 2-1 with what was basically a B or a C team, as Pochettino was still trying to kind of get a grasp for the breadth of the roster. And Australia had their A team. So it's clear that we are a better team. Now, as we've seen with Cape Verde tying Spain 0-0 and Congo tying Portugal 1-1, the better team doesn't always win the game. Stylistically, though, what Australia was able to have success with against Turkey and their win in that opening match, it's night and day from what the U.S. is going to throw at them. And I don't think Australia will be able to hit the counterattacks they hit against Turkey because the U.S. will not allow them to breathe. We saw that in the Paraguay game. The counter press, they're all over that back line, forcing so many turnovers. It felt like the U.S. was playing with 15 guys out there. If Pulisic can't go, Malik Tillman, who was awesome in that opening game, he steps up into Pulisic's role, and they bring on either a Timmy Weah to feed the spot on the wing. They bring in Sebastian Berhalter to take the spot in the midfield. They have plenty of options, plenty of depth in a way that they didn't used to have. So it should still be a win, I think. I don't think it'll be as resounding as the Paraguay game because just Australia is a tough team historically. Even Messi and Argentina in the round of 16 4 years ago had trouble with Australia, and it took until later on to finally break through. So I think you're looking more at like a 2-0 or a 2-1 for the U.S., not as resounding as the Paraguay game, but still a win is a win.
I know pre-tournament, Joe, you said it's a must for them to get out of group. Round of 16 is probably expected. Quarterfinal would be a terrific result in the tournament. After that first game against Paraguay, are you changing your thought process a little bit? It obviously all depends on the draw, and we have to wait to see what that looks like when they come out of the group stage. But after watching all these teams play a game and watching how the U.S. looked, is there a part of you now that kind of thinks maybe they could get to the semis with the right path, or are you still like a quarterfinal would be a great result for this team?
PJ, the heart after watching the first game and seeing the rest of the teams play is now like, oh, this is semifinals or bust. But the head is still saying it's the same thing that it was coming in, even though that first game was as exciting as it was. It's still a matter of the draw. If the U.S. ends up second in the group still, because there's a variety of ways that could still happen. If they end up second and they end up going to the quadrant of the bracket that Argentina's in, and they lose to Argentina in the round of 16, it is what it is. Like that, you can't get mad at that as long as you put up a fight and you don't get blown out by 6 like Qatar did today against Canada. If the U.S. wins the group, though, which is where I think they are heading based on the way things stack up, and now you're talking about a Belgium probably in the round of 16. People are going to look at that 5-2 defeat against Belgium in the friendly back in March. It was 1-1 at halftime before both teams made about 7 changes. So it was a 1-1 game. We were right there with them. We were the better team in that first half. If it's USA-Belgium in Seattle in the round of 16, going into that game, I actually would be disappointed if the U.S. didn't at least make a quarterfinal. I would look at that as a game now that they should win, especially after Belgium came out and tied Egypt 1-1, the way both teams looked in their first games, and knowing that the U.S. played better than Belgium in that friendly back in March when the starters were all in. So yes and no is the answer to your question. If they end up in the path of the group winner and face a Belgium, I think quarterfinal is more likely and more expected and maybe should aim a little bit higher than just around a 16. If they end up facing Argentina, that's a matchup nightmare for the U.S. Just beside the fact that Argentina is Argentina, stylistically, I won't get into the soccer nerd stuff about it. That is the worst possible matchup they could have just from an X's and O standpoint. So it still depends on the draw. But if they get the draw from winning the group, I would expect a lot more.
Talking with Joe Malfa here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Give Joe a follow on X at MalfaJ98. Check him out, play-by-play, ESPN, NWSL, MLS as well. Joe, you mentioned Argentina. We talked about U.S., certainly two of the most impressive performances in the opening games. England was up there. Norway scored a lot of goals against Iraq. What was the standout performance from you outside of the U.S.? What was kind of the game that you watched the team played where you were kind of like, wow, maybe this team is better than I thought, and maybe have you changing your opinion on them after just one game?
Yeah, this is going to sound odd because the team I'm going to tell you is maybe the favorite, but France, honestly. I think coming in, there's this big question if it's chalk, and I expect it to be chalk on this side of the bracket. It's going to be a Spain-France semifinal. And I think just based on podcasts I was listening to, consuming on TV, reading articles, there seemed to be this prevailing thought that a changing of the guard was going to happen. France made each of the last two finals. People are saying, 3 is too many. You're not going to make a third in a row. It's Spain's time with Lamine Yamal and the group that they've amassed. Spain goes out and lays an egg and ties 0-0 against Cape Verde, which is its own thing, and I'm not writing them off at all. Don't forget 2022, Argentina lost their opening match 2-1 against Saudi Arabia against all odds. So I'm not writing Spain off, but there was this prevailing thought that people started fading France, and my thought was why. If you look at the roster, it's just why. Do not do that. And then the first half was very underwhelming against Senegal, but the gear they kicked it into in that second half, if France plays the rest of the tournament like they played in the second half of the Senegal game, there is nobody that can touch them. Even Spain on their best day, Brazil on their best day, Argentina on their best day. If France plays like the second half against Senegal, they will walk through the tournament. And I hate to answer your question with picking a favorite, but in a World Cup that coming in, everybody thought was the most open it's ever been. And I still think it is, because as much as France look great in the second half, I don't think they can do that time and time and time again until they prove me wrong. But for as open of a World Cup as people thought this was, for France to look like that in the second half, it might just turn it completely on its head and just be a walk for them to the final.
Joe, you and I are big college basketball fans, and as you know, a lot of times when we're handicapping March Madness, a lot of people are, we look at just that guy that can put a team on his back, right? It was Walter Clayton a couple years from Florida. A lot of people thought it was Acuff this year for Arkansas. Who would be the soccer equivalent to that? You said that you think France at their best is probably the best team. Is Mbappe that guy? Is it still Messi after the performance we saw? Is it Harry Kane? Is it Lamine Yamal? Like, who is that dude in this tournament? Because we've pretty much seen all the big names kind of show up in the first game. Who would be the guy that you think that you would trust the most to kind of put their team on his back and will him to multiple wins or maybe even a World Cup championship?
Yeah, it's Harry Kane. And I think obviously people will get caught up in Messi and the hat trick he had. Algeria is a weaker opponent. It's still an impressive performance. You can't take a thing away from it, especially at his age. But Harry Kane just feels like on a different level right now. The mentality he's in, he had it for Bayern as well. He put up a historic season in terms of goals and the assists. But there was also a moment that stuck out to me in that Croatia game. Harry Kane dropped all the way between the center backs and was defending. He is a dog. He does more than just the goals and the assists. He is all over the place, and he can put the team on his back. If they're winning 1-0 in a game and there's 15 minutes left, you're not going to see him up top trying to score a goal. You're going to see him back there defending the box with everybody. He just does whatever is necessary, and ironically, it's actually a role that Mauricio Pochettino, the U.S. head coach, designed for him when they were together at Tottenham. He had never played that way before, and he has just taken it to a different level now in terms of that defense first to lead to his own attack and embracing the fitness aspect of things. So if he ends up just driving through the tournament and carrying England, you can thank the United States Mauricio Pochettino for doing that.
Joe, are you kind of in the same line of thinking with everybody when it comes to Ronaldo and Portugal, that they're almost better off with him coming off the bench in these games? Do you think Roberto Martinez in Portugal makes a change at this point? What are your thoughts on Portugal moving forward? Because obviously the team is super talented, but at this point it does feel like Ronaldo's definitely hurting them to an extent, trying to play the full 90 and not just coming off the bench.
Honestly, and this might be a step too far, maybe not, I wouldn't even have him as a top guy off the bench. He was that bad. He was that much of an irrelevant statue in the game. And in the whole Ronaldo-Messi debate, you can put that aside. Take nothing away from everything he's done in his career. He is probably number 2 all-time behind Messi. If you want to debate him and Pele and get into that deeper debate, fine, whatever. Messi's number 1, then Ronaldo's right there. Take nothing away from what he's done in his prime. He's 40 years old. He's not what he was 5-10 years ago. And we all saw it out there the other day. He actively hurt them. And it's not just his physical limitations. He's also rusty. He's had some just horrific lowlights of misses for his club team, and even in that game where he's cutting in front of other players and missing the target. But the biggest thing that stood out to me, he's just such a shadow cast over the team. There are so many plays where a player picks the wrong pass because they feel like they have to kneel to him and look his way. So it has a domino effect to where everybody else plays down a level because they're revolving around him, and he becomes a black hole in that way. So if you need a goal, desperately bring him on. He could find something maybe, but he wouldn't even be the first guy off the bench for me. And quite frankly, like I think Portugal, without him, is a team that could win this tournament. With him, I don't think they get past the quarterfinal.
Man, that's crazy to say. I don't disagree with you. We'll be interested to see what Portugal does moving forward. U.S. is obviously in action tomorrow. Brazil is also going to be in action, Joe. Talking to you, I know you were high on Brazil coming into the tournament. They drew against Morocco, and now a lot of people are kind of off Brazil when, yeah, Morocco is a really quality team. They made it to the semifinals. Like, it's not really a shock that game ended in a draw. Was there something that you saw, though, in Brazil that maybe makes you change your mind, or do you more just draw that up to first game of the tournament and Morocco is a really good team and you think Brazil will be fine moving forward?
Yeah, I think they're fine. There was no part of that game that led me off my conviction as far as picking them as the winner, which I did, and I got them at plus 900. I was happy about that number. I think that was probably the toughest possible draw any team had for their first game of the tournament. If you look at the world rankings, Brazil's 6th and Morocco is 7th. So not only is it a team that made the semifinal 4 years ago, it's a team that's gotten better since then. It's now number 7 in the world. And after about the 30-minute mark, Brazil was far better of the two sides. They looked the more likely of the two. If there was going to be another goal in that game, it was going to be a Brazil goal. And the goal they conceded early on, it was just one defensive breakdown, one mental lapse that as the tournament goes on, you clean up with, again, Argentina in 2022 being the perfect example of that. They lost that opening game to Saudi Arabia, a couple mental mistakes. They never fell victim to that again going forward. If there's a concern, it's more so, Carlo Ancelotti maybe having some issues with certain players behind the scenes. I think the game the other day against Morocco was screaming for the young, talented teenager Endrick to come on and impact the game up top, and he didn't put him in, and he has played him sparingly. He's a bit of a divisive figure because of his attitude as such a young kid. He maybe thinks he's a little bit better than he is, but he is still fantastic. So without knowing the behind the scenes and how certain guys are viewed, maybe that's something that could trip them up, but from a playing standpoint, from what my eyes saw the other day, there's no concern. They played one of the other best teams that is also capable of making a semifinal, and they should walk over Scotland and Haiti these next two games by probably 3 or 4 goals each. So I wouldn't be concerned. I think people will flip the switch back to believing in Brazil if they come out and put in a couple goals.
Joe, we got a couple minutes left. I'll leave you with this. Hypothetically, if you could see any match in this tournament, you could have any two teams play each other, what would be the game that you would most want to see?
Oh, that's a great question. Doing my bracket and filling it out, there was a couple that I looked at and I was like, oh, I hope this happens. And just knowing the way the brackets lie, there's a few all-time rivalries that can happen. Argentina-Brazil can be a semifinal. Portugal and Spain can meet pretty early on if Portugal ends up not winning the group, or they can meet in a quarterfinal. So there's a lot of those like historic rivalries. If there's one, and it's a super long shot, there's a way the U.S. and Mexico can meet in a semifinal. If those two can meet in a semifinal in a home World Cup, that would be the most entertaining crowd and soccer match of all time. Now, as far as things on the bracket that are more realistic to happen, I'll keep Mexico in the equation. If it's chalk, if Mexico holds on these next 10 minutes and they win their group, assuming England wins their group after beating Croatia and they have Ghana and Panama left, round of 16, England, Mexico, Estadio Azteca, Mexico City. That place is going to be a madhouse. And it is going to be maybe stylistically with the way those two teams play, that could be a 4-3 goal fest at altitude in that environment with an all-time, historic team like England, an all-time historic team like Mexico. That's one that can and probably will happen. I would be surprised if that game doesn't happen. Being there as a fan would be awesome.
Be unbelievable. Joe, I saw there was a scenario where maybe the U.S. could play England on July 4th, which would be unbelievable.
It's not going to happen because the U.S. has to end up in third now, unfortunately, but that would be awesome.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's so fun to think about all these hypotheticals that we'll get. Obviously, we won't know the knockout stage until we get the bracket, but going to enjoy all these group stage games. Joe, always great talking to you, pal. Give Joe a follow on X at MalfaJ98. As the great Woody and Tom Hanks from Toy Story would say, so long, partner. I'll talk to you next time.
Hey, there's plenty of tournament left. Have me back. I'm happy to be on.
Absolutely. Great stuff from Joe. Again, play-by-play, ESPN, NWSL, MLS. Great talking soccer. We wrap up the show next here. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Scouting reporting that I've seen on Sorsby is, hey, very good, excellent arm talent, maybe not elite, but excellent arm talent. But sometimes it also leads him to believe in his arm a little too much and try to write checks that perhaps he can't cash and make poor decisions. It reminds me a lot, to be honest, and I don't say this just as a Steelers fan, but it reminds me a lot of some of the stuff we saw from Ben Roethlisberger early in his career. I know we're going way back 20 years now, but hey, I'm athletic. I can make things happen when I'm on the move, and because of my arm strength, I'm going to make some dumb decisions at times.
Yeah, and he actually plays, I remember those Big Ben days quite well. He plays more instruction than Ben did coming out of Miami, but also played at a program that was playing a little tougher schedule. Now, you can argue, and Bruce Feldman talked about this in The Athletic, he wrote about a couple weeks ago, Sorsby's 1-11 in November games the last 2 or 3 years, I think. Not entirely his fault, and when you watch those games from those November outings, it wasn't like he completely and wholly tanked. He had drops he dealt with. The offensive line struggled at times. They were playing better competition. But in terms of who he is, you sort of touched it. He's 6'3", 230. He is fantastic in space with his legs, but he's not a quarterback, sort of like Big Ben did early on in the Steelers' career, looking to run if the first read isn't there. He throws a fantastic deep ball, and he's incredibly efficient throwing the deep ball. That is something that sticks out because a lot of times guys can chuck it, but they struggle with the accuracy. He's not elite when it comes through getting through his reads on time, but his ability to create out of structure is what compensates for that. And, Big Ben's a great comp. One that I kept thinking about was, sort of if Josh Allen had a little brother, because he's not 6'5", 240. He is 6'3", 230, and he can absolutely run and has a big arm. And I do think he's 22, 23 years old, so he's played some ball, unlike Ty Simpson, who was 23 and only played 15 games. He would have been QB2 in last year's draft class from 2 months ago. And I think he actually, on the field, has a chance to get a lot better. Again, sort of the ghost of Josh Allen's younger brother, if you will. And that, more than anything, and we know this, Chris, that will determine how much owners will buy into the idea of giving up draft capital for Brendan Sorsby when this happens.
There's another one I didn't mention because I'm out on them this year. That's the Chiefs. I'm not saying they have another 6-win season for sure. I'm just saying I wouldn't be shocked by it. Denver and LA are both better than them. Mahomes is going to have rust. I'm sorry. People don't take into enough account how hard it is to not just come back from a catastrophic injury and get on the field, which it looks increasingly like Mahomes will be able to do by week 1. And who says he doesn't? But to come back and actually play like yourself again. I know I've used this comparison before. I will use it again. Aiden Hutchinson, I think, is a great comparison. When he came back from the broken leg, yes, he got back on the field, but I'd say for 2 months, 6 to 8 weeks, he didn't really look like himself. It happens all the time. Guys have a major injury, in not just football either, in a lot of major sports. You have a major injury that keeps you out for at least a year, if not close to a year. When you come back, the first couple of months, first few weeks at the very least, but first couple of months more often than not, you're back on the field and you're doing your damnedest, but you simply do not look like yourself. And I think that's going to be what we get from Mahomes. Kelsey's a year older. Another team that didn't do nearly enough, if anything, really, to address the receiving room. I think the Chiefs are in a bad spot going into this year, to be honest.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
I can feel South Korea scoring a goal right now. That'd be really nice if they did. To make it 1-1, we cash both teams to score. We cash the draw. We were so close. We were so close. BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser here with you. We're wrapping up the show. Thanks again to my guy Joe Malfa for joining, talking some World Cup. We got the U.S. in action tomorrow against Australia. They call themselves the Socceroos, which is just so elite. If they weren't playing the U.S., I'm going to root for them in every game that they don't play the U.S. because their name is the Socceroos. That's just spectacular. They won their first game 2-0 against Turkey. Maybe we get some goals tomorrow. Both back lines a little shaky. Both teams showed the ability to score, so that could be a fun game tomorrow. I just hope the U.S. plays well, man. Like if they come out tomorrow, they lose, or it's like a 0-0 draw. It would just be so deflating after what a performance they had.
We suck again.
I mean, seriously, perfect clip, Brandon, to play. It's just like it almost stinks that was like the first game that they played, because our expectations coming in, like we know we're not going to win it. We're not getting to the semis, but then they do that. I mean, they go out, they win 4-1. They look insane. They're scoring world-class goals against a Paraguay defense that's as legit. And then you're watching like all these other countries play. Portugal's tying the Democratic Republic of Congo. Spain can't even score against Cape Verde, whose goalie was fantastic in that game. But there have been a lot of surprising results in this tournament. And like Messi, unbelievable. Argentina looked good. France looked great, as we were talking about with Joe. England, to me, biggest takeaway in this first round. And what a difference making. I didn't realize how much of a difference a coach makes in soccer until I watched England play the other day against Croatia. Because under Gareth Southgate, their former manager, every England game was like, let's win 1-0. Let's win 2-1. Dude, you have like the top attackers in the Premier League. Joe just told you, if there's a guy that can carry you in this tournament, it's Harry Kane. And they're trying to win every game 1-0. They're trying to have Harry Kane play defense. Would you have Darius Acuff play defense, or would you try and let him go score? Makes no sense.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
You mentioned Spain beating Cape Verde.
Yeah.
If Cape Verde was one of the answers on Geosports today, what's the % chance you could locate it?
It's a fantastic question. I'm putting the over-under at probably 2,000 miles. And I would take I would take the over. I have zero clue. And the amount of people that looked up where Cape Verde was during that match, after that match, I was not one of them. I don't know if you were.
Me neither.
Monty, I don't know if you were. Brandon, zero chance. Monty, any chance you could get close to Cape Verde? Like in Geosports,
Monty?
like, do you think you could get within like 1,000 miles? Like get within 500? Like, do you feel like you have a pretty good grasp of where Cape Verde is?
I have no idea.
Is it near the Virgin Islands? Is it like I? You know, I'm looking this up right now, real time.
I was going to say,
Real time.
now we got to look it up. And I'm
Where-
sure there are
where is
people right
Cape
now
Verde?
driving around listening that know exactly where it is. Off the coast of
Probably
West
screaming
Africa.
at us.
Yeah,
Okay.
off the coast of West Africa.
In the Central Atlantic Ocean,
Okay.
officially known as Cabo Verde.
Man, good for
Huh.
them. Tie in Spain. I mean,
We should
that's-
probably do a show from there one day. Be a nice little
agree.
trip.
Yeah.
I'm down. We
Sure,
we can
Mitch should
ask them
authorize
where
it. Yeah.
we can ask them where we are. We're like we don't know. They just put us on a plane, blindfolded, tell us where we are. We'll pull up the sports geo game and say, tell us if they
Yeah.
in the future when they say who was the team that played Spain to a 0-0 draw in their first ever World Cup game. We want to know where to be able to point to on a map. So, good question, Brandon. And I'm glad we looked that up because I would not have done that until maybe their next match potentially, and I'm sitting on the couch and then I pull it up. But we'll see. Do you think the U.S. win tomorrow? Yes or no?
Yeah. I mean, I'm an American, so yeah, I always think the U.S. is going to win till they don't.
There you go. I hope so, man. Again, just hoping they play well. The other game was so exciting. Hopefully tomorrow is as well. For Brandon Coves, Michael Montgomery, Brad Evans, I'm PJ Glasser. This has been BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. Have a great rest of your night.
I'm going to ask you, how deep do you think this U.S. men's national team can go
Semifinals.
in this World Cup? Semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's all there, man. I do. You look at some of the other runs that, and history will tell you this. South Korea, for example, when they hosted, and that red sea of red, it was amazing. It was that we tied them, and they ended up going to a semifinal that year. And they got some luck. They had some good fortune, and they had some referee calls that went their way. But that's what a World Cup is. You have to be good, right? You have to be talented. You have to get some good fortune. You have to have some little bit of luck, and you got to be there. My dad used to say that, and I never knew what it meant. But you got to be there. You got to in the moment and ready for the moment. You got to be prepared to play. This team is we like to say checking all those boxes, but man, this team is well prepared. If they get a little good fortune and they force the issue, right? If they're ruthless, they can make something special happen. Like I said, I got to see him in Chicago, and they asked, you have any advice for the guys? And because there's always these comparisons to our generation and other generations, and is this the best team we've ever had? And the only advice I told him was, I said, man, just pay attention to the last verse of our anthem. That's the best advice anybody can ever give you. Home of the brave. Be brave. You want to impress us? Be brave. You're talented enough. So just don't back out of this. Seize the moment and go. And if they're brave and if they have courage to play up to their talent level, I mean, sky's the limit. I still think they're going to semifinals. I said that from the beginning. Man, I've been killed for that, especially with some of the results they had coming in. But this team's talented enough, and that 12th man factor will factor in. You watch. It's going to get good. It's going to be a great World Cup.
if you're one of those teams with draft capital to move, and maybe you're sitting, I don't know, anywhere. You can be anywhere in the draft. And you look at yourself as a Jaylen Brown away from a run to a title, taking that next step. You're on the phone with Milwaukee right now. And Brad Stevens in Boston. Hey, what do we got to do to make this 3-team deal work? Because the other interesting part of what Brian Geltzeiler gave us the other day when he was on the show was that's how this works if it works between Milwaukee and Boston, is there's a third team in the mix. A team that you can spin Jaylen Brown off to if you're Milwaukee. And now you're getting just an absolute haul from two teams. Because you're dealing Antetokounmpo to Boston. Here you go. Here's a boatload of things. And you're also effectively dealing Jaylen Brown to Team 3. Here's a haul of things. Somebody, if that 3-team deal ends up going down between Milwaukee, Boston, and whoever, is going to get an absolute haul.